Where it stops, no one knows. We're going
Hey, everybody. Happy, what is it? Wednesday? It's Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying your day. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. I have lost things that I need, and there we go. Can't go without the tea. So hi, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. I'm sorry I was not able to do this yesterday, but it actually ended up working out because there was quite a few things that happened that videos I wanted to watch so that I could get some more information before going live covering jury selection for day 2 in the Delphi trial. It ended up working out. But for anybody who doesn't know, last week my mom had major back surgery, so she's been in the hospital since last Wednesday. She actually got to come home today, so yesterday I actually ended up spending the afternoon with her and brought her some lunch and things like that. So I was able to sit back and actually just watch and not have to worry too much about trying to rush home to get on a live. So like I said, it ended up working out, and we ended up getting more information today. So with that said, I want to let you guys know I have approximately 2 hours to do this live. If anybody wants to send out the goose signal, I did message her to see if she wanted to come up and help if she had time. I don't know if she even does. So somebody let her know that I was trying to reach out to her. Second, I'm having some weird stuff going on with my computer that things aren't really always wanting to load right now. And I don't have time to reset the computer because, like I said, I have to leave for a short amount of time because I'm in charge of gymnastics today. So I have to do the drop off. And so I will have to end it if I don't have somebody who wants to come up and kind of take over while I'm gone. I'm here, fool. I got no message. What the hell? What you talking about? What do you mean you got no message? What? I'm telling you, something's going on with my computer. It is being quite the pain in the ass. You don't have that message? You don't see this? That I'm like, I can see it. Like, it's here. I'm looking at it. You don't have this? That's so fucking weird. She's responding to me in the chat and in like my messenger, by the way. Okay, I just copy and pasted it and sent it again. What the fuck? Okay. I don't know. It's not like I said, it's like things aren't loading. Like I sent the message, I can see it on my side, but she doesn't see it. Okay, this is so stupid. Okay, here. I'll type it in here. Here. There you go. That's for Sleuthy. That's the message. Do you see it in here? Did you see it in this chat? On the YouTube chat? She's having trouble too. I don't know what it is, but it's across the board. So it's not like it's a particular like app or like, anything like that. I'm having a problem across the board with YouTube, with StreamYard, obviously now with Facebook. So anyway, I was asking Sleuthy if she wanted to come up and cover the Lutrell stuff because obviously there's a lot to go over there, and I just don't. Okay, sweet, perfect. Hey, holy shnikes. So I won't have time to go through all of that, but I do want to. I'll send her the link so she can come up, she can take over, and she can go through all of that. Delphi crashed it, I know. So let me say hi to you guys, and we're going to get going because, like I said, there's a shit ton of stuff to cover and a very small amount of time to do it. So hey, Carrie. Hi, Gretel. Hi, Sleuthy. Hi, Cleveland Rocks. Hi, Criminality. Thanks for stopping in and commenting. Hi, Quietly Concerned. Watching from the UK, so I won't make till the end. All right, that's okay. You can replay, and I gotta do some other times too. Just happens to be the afternoon, right in between pickup and pick up from school and drop off at sports. Hey, Johnny, you threw up the goose light. You got the message. Hi, Radar. Hey, y'all, shoot, nobody called to let me know you're on. Oh, I'm just starting, so you're good. Hope your mom is doing okay. Being a nurse, I know recovering from this surgery can be taxing. Yeah, and this is her second one. She had the lower back all done last year at this time, and now she's had the whole upper back done. Ugh. I don't envy her at all. And I'm like, I'm probably gonna end up like with genetics that are very similar. What's up, PJ? Hey, Dina. Hi, Tony. What's up, Queen Elizabeth? Hi, BGOG. Hi, Greenie. Hey, I already said hi to Tony. I'm like, I know, I'm just going all over the place. Hi, Carla. What's up, Wee Gobshite? Hey, Zach. Hardly ever see you live. Whoop, whoop. Hey, Snappy. What's up, Cakey? Unindicted, 1960. I just noticed the melted snowman. I had to throw it on the thumbnail. I had to. Hi, Caitlin. Hey, Shaz. Cleveland. Oh, my gosh. I'm like all over the place. Hey, Caitlin. ATS. Hello. I'm just going to quit. I'm going to give up. I'm just going to start from the bottom because I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. This is so bad. Hi, Jennifer. Hey, Fair Justice. New, good to be here. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a cluster right now. So like I'm new here. I'm like, I can't get my shit together. And so okay. So let's start with what I have pulled up. We'll go in order because as much as I want to skip around to some of the shit from today, we're gonna go in order. We'll just go in order. So we're gonna go back to yesterday. So going into court yesterday, they had 14 jurors selected. So 12 for the jury and then 2 for alternates. Well, as we know, that ended up not being the case because the court had dismissed 3 of those jurors. So then we ended up starting the day with 11. And so we still needed 5 to get to the 16. The plan yesterday was essentially for them to go and get the rest of the jury, and then do the motions hearings. Well, apparently that changed. There was some weird stuff happening with the jury selection, which I'm still trying to piece all that information together because I don't really understand. Like, she wasn't happy with the 16, so she was like, I want to keep going essentially until I'm comfortable. They ended up with 17, and then another one got dropped. Like I'm very curious to have like an understanding of why they kept going once they got the 16 and they didn't just dismiss the one from before and then go like I don't know, that just seems kind of fishy to me. Not saying that it is, just saying that it just didn't seem right. Like if you're going to get the 16, who's deciding that these other 3 are dropped? And then who's picking 17 and saying we're just going to keep going once we get the 16, saying one is going to bounce and then bring in another one. So finally, we ended up with the 16. I think the final count, and somebody in chat will correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 10 women, 6 men, of various ages, but mostly Caucasian. I don't know if we ended up with anybody outside of that on the jury. Somebody, once again, if you know in chat, let me know. I did hear that there was the majority of the jury pool was actually white, but there was a few people of other races that were in the jury pool, but I don't know if they actually got selected for the actual jury or as the alternates. But like I said, you guys know in chat, you let me know. Did Marshall pop in? I haven't seen Marshall forever. Hi, Marshall. What's up, Cryptex? Hey, Amy. A month is a long time. I would want extra jurors. Well, the thing is she scheduled it to have 4, or she assigned it to have 4 alternates. So If she wanted to have more, she should have decided that. Like they should have said, no, we want to have 6. Instead of trying to like change the game during it. But because I wasn't there, I don't know exactly how that went down. So I don't want to place blame on anything. I'm just saying the situation itself didn't really rub me the right way. And it made me go, I want to know more about how that transpired and who was involved in kind of making those decisions. Because it just didn't make sense from the outside perspective, if that makes, you know what I mean? Like I just didn't get it. So I want more. What's up, Scarlett? Hi, Missy's Angels. You did hear one black man. Okay. I heard black man, but I thought it was just in the jury pool. Did he make it into the jury? What's up, Gam? Matt Damon aged. Just look at him. Nick Snowman melted, went on vacation as a child and came home to a puddle of sticks. And he's been looking for the perp since. He's probably in that. Oh my gosh. There was, I think it was Chelsea. Chelsea, are you in here? Chelsea, if it was you, I think it was you on Twitter who like had like one of the funniest memes when it came to the damn snowman. The first 12 is the jury. Yep. I think jury selection went very fast. They have a different way of doing it, or at least Judge Gold does, that I'm kind of used to. So maybe, that's part of her. You guys know back during one of the hearings when she was like, I could get a death penalty case done in 4 days. So maybe this had to do with with her, streamlined efficiency and how she can get things done faster. But what I gathered was, they sent out the surveys, and then in doing so, I'm thinking that the answers to those surveys, they grouped the jurors that way and brought them in based on those answers. Because, right off the bat, with like the first set that was in the courtroom, they had 6. So I'm thinking that the both sides were kind of going through these questionnaires, like, okay, we're kind of thinking like these are going to be like the best, and then they had them kind of set up that way versus like bringing them in by jury number. Also, I'm very used to where they bring in like the 400 or whatever it is, and they like 200 per day or 150 per day, and then they decide they're going to drop it down to like a pool of like 60, and then they take that 60 and then they make it down to their 12 plus alternates. It's very different than what I am used to watching, but I'm not an attorney, so take it for what you want. What's up, Bob? Bob's here. I'm gonna play Bob stuff too. Oh snap! Bob's in the house. Okay, so let's go through. This one is this is the news. So we're gonna start with the news excerpt from yesterday, and then we'll work our way to the information that was kind of put out yesterday by the defense during their little mini opening statement. And then we're going to talk about that for a hot minute. And then we've got some motions and some orders that we're going to discuss. And then Sleuthy's going to come up and she's going to talk about Lutrell while I do a gymnastics run. And I'm going to play this real quick. I just want to make sure you guys can hear it. So I'm only playing it for a minute.
We'll hear tomorrow.
A jury is...
Okay, so let me know that you can hear it and we're good to go. Susie Q, a wee contribution for the traveling to trial and consistently providing fantastic content, great humor, and the rare but entertaining rants. Sometimes those do happen. Tonka Thomas says, does everyone think RA worked alone? I think this group, this chat here varies on that a lot. I think if it was Richard Allen, I think he did it alone. But not many people, not everybody agrees with me, which is fine. You're still allowed to comment. It's like, okay, so here's Gam. I do not think that he worked alone. Yes, you guys can hear it. Perfect. Okay. So let's back it up just a hot minute.
Issues the judge will hear tomorrow.
A jury is now seated in the highly anticipated Delphi double murders trial. 12 jurors and 4 alternates will hear opening statements in the trial on Friday.
Opening statements are sort of a roadmap to what the lawyers think the evidence is going to show or what the lawyers think the evidence is not going to show.
The jury is from Allen County, about 2 hours east of Delphi. They'll be sequestered for the entire trial. They'll be in court Mondays through Saturdays and can have supervised visitation with their family on Sundays. Any communication and every activity will be supervised by the bailiffs, and meals, lodging, and transportation will be provided. They cannot read or watch anything related to the case. The trial is scheduled to last about a month.
It's of critical interest to Richard Allen and to the interest of justice that these individuals who are impaneled do not have any preconceived notions of Richard Allen's guilt, that they haven't been necessarily following the media and basically coming to a preconceived notion of guilt or innocence, in other words.
On Thursday, Judge Fran Gall will hear arguments on multiple outstanding motions. The prosecution is trying to prevent these 2 sketches that were released during the investigation from being used during the trial. The first was released in July of 2017, the second in April of 2019. State police said this when that second sketch was released.
The result of the new information and intelligence over time leads us to believe the sketch, which you will see shortly, is the person responsible for the murders of these 2 little girls.
In a motion filed this week, prosecutor Nicholas McClellan claims the sketches could potentially mislead and confuse the jury.
The prosecution is not planning to actually present the witnesses that helped to prepare the composite sketches at court. And so basically they're saying, we're really thinking that these are not relevant. They're composite sketches.
Another motion was filed by the defense. They're asking that the jury be allowed to visit the crime scene. The prosecutor has objected to that. In Delphi, the families and the community have been waiting for this trial for nearly 8 years.
It has been a long time. They're ready for this to be over. It's going to be a difficult month.
Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee are with the Murder Sheet podcast. They've covered the case for years and were in court for jury selection.
And we go to Delphi. Delphi is
And we're in court for jury selection.
And we go to Delphi. Delphi is a traumatized community. These are people who loved and cared about these girls. These are people who know the families. These are people who've been through this for all these years. And we are going to hear some horrible things.
New details were years, and we're in court for jury selection.
And we go to years, and
I can't do it. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so let's get to let's go back to the talk of the jury. And what's going to be happening with them. I know that was that is unsafe. There's just no way that that's not a safety hazard. That's just scary. So they will be in court starting. Well, okay, so let's back up. We'll go to the schedule right before this. So obviously no court today. Everything is kind of silent on that front. Tomorrow the jury will be sworn in, and then they are going to be transferred down to Carroll County and to be able to get settled in their hotel and whatnot. And the attorneys are going to be going through their motions and then possibly getting some resolution to the things that we haven't heard yet. Then Friday morning, we will have opening statements in Carroll County at 9 a.m. And then they'll have court on Saturday as well. So we have Friday and Saturday. They'll be off on Sunday, but the jury will be put into the hotel room. They will stay there the entire time. So they'll have possible visitations or communications with family only on Sundays, which is the only day that the court will not be in session. And then they'll be monitored for what they can and can't watch, which isn't uncommon. And in hotels, typically they can kind of make it so that you can't have access to certain channels, So Mondays through Saturdays, we know that it's scheduled until November 15th. There was a little hint that came out that both sides are saying they may not take that long and it may be done earlier. If many of us had to guess based on just the little mini opening, and we talked about this when we went over jury selection for day one, Nick is still going with the whole, there's 3 elements essentially to this case that he's going to be presenting. That's really, in my opinion, all the evidence they have. They're not talking about any other evidence. So I don't think, oh, Nola Mama, oh, bad. It'll be so bad. Oh, it's so bad. That's such a, don't make me regret my love of the smell of books, because that would be so bad. The 3 Bs, yeah. But they're not talking about any other evidence. I'm sorry, but no one is going to keep me from talking to my kids. Record the convo all you want, but that is not okay for those people's kids. I think it also depends on, how many of them actually have like younger children versus older children. This is as much as it's hard for people, sometimes this is also good for some people. They want to partake in something this big. They want to be a part of it. And I hate to say it, but being on a jury of this type of case, I mean, you're gonna get paid. You just are. You're gonna get paid for news interviews. You could go write your own book that hopefully smells good. I mean, you could. So some families are like, you know what, we'll do what we got to do in order for you to have this kind of opportunity, Hey, Aries. Which is crazy because confessions came after the arrest, so only 2 things got him arrested. Right. And no melted snowman. Okay. Let's go to the next part. We're going to listen to Bob. If you guys listen, I was listening to Bob's last night, but I'm just going to play. There's a little part that I'm going to play. It's kind of little, but he was on for a while because he goes through a lot of the stuff with like Lutrell and does a huge deep dive into it. He also goes through his details of being in jury selection yesterday. He had a serious case of FOMO when he decided not to go to jury selection. And then his partners in crime with Andrea Burkhart, Lawyer Lee, Truth and Transparency, and a whole handful of other people who went to jury selection on day 1. And Bob's like, I'm driving over there and I'm going. Plus, I think he wanted to hear the motions, which he ended up not getting to hear because they didn't stick to the court schedule. But it is what it is. So I'm just going to play. I want to play the part where he really kind of discusses what happened yesterday in the courtroom from his perspective. I do have some clips from the other attorneys, but because I'm of time purposes, I'm going to try to. I think Bob covers most of it, but I do still highly suggest go watch Andrea Burkhart, watch Lawyer Lee, make sure you get their input because it's invaluable, really. But because I played them the other day, I want to make sure that we make sure we go, what about Bob?
We thought that we had 14 jurors selected, 13 or 14.
And we'll speed him up, not too fast, because he already
get in there. Judge Gull starts right on time, right at 9 o'clock. They bring in, fill up the entire left side of the gallery and 12 in the box. The 25 seats that they have for us on the right side are filled. So it's all the press, podcasters, YouTube, concerned citizens, trial watchers, but it's not many seats and it's packed. So it's packed courtroom. And the first thing that happens is we find out that 3 of the jurors, and going into day 2, it was a 10-6 count, 10 women, 6 men had been selected to serve. By the time we start picking the jury on day 2, 3 of them had issues pop up. So we were back down to 11, which meant that we had to pick 1 for the actual jury and then 4 alternates. First panel gets called up, Judge Gull. And if you guys have never gone to voir dire, it's really a fascinating process. And I think you'd agree, Ali, it's probably the most critical phase of the trial. That sounds strange because of all the evidence coming in and all that stuff, but those 12 people that you pick hold the fate of the defendant in their hands.
For anybody who doesn't know the channel that I'm showing, this is Defense Diaries podcast. This is Bob Motta and his wife Allison Motta, and they are both they were at one time both practicing defense attorneys. Bob has now taken the time to focus on his podcast, which if you guys don't listen to the podcast, make sure you do, because the Gacy podcast, especially, and I know he'll tell you to go listen to Garcia, but I think Gacy is a badass podcast. They both are, but just, my opinion. But that's the channel that we're listening to. The mods will drop the link if you are not subbed over to Bob's channel. Make sure that you go sub up. They do give their input. Now, just a friendly reminder, they are defense attorneys, so they lean towards giving information based on their experience from their years of experience in defending clients. So
to discern who these people are in such a short period of time with such a relatively small amount of information that you're able to gather from them is exceptionally challenging. Yes?
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And, it was so unusual. I've never even heard of what, and I know it wasn't today, but for those of our listeners who are first hearing about this now, yesterday, the first day of voir dire, of selecting a jury, they allowed at the defense request mini openings. And I don't know. So I got myself sidetracked now. So first, let me just say, yes, it's so important picking a jury and the questions that you ask, and like laying those seeds, at the beginning of like how jurors should act, and stand firm in your convictions and don't let anyone push you around, and kind of introducing them to different things. But from what I've heard about the jury selection in this case, it's gone well beyond what we're allowed to do, at least here in Illinois. And I'd love for you to tell us what you do know, if you know, because you might have gotten some of that secondhand about that mini opening, unless I'm taking you out of the order that you wanted to present this.
No. I think it's Bob that actually talks about that Nick doesn't do the whole melted snowman that he did the first day, that he doesn't do that the second day, which was probably a good idea. If he got any feedback, it was like didn't work. But Allie actually makes a very good point and I hope it's in the segment that I want to play for you. But if not, you guys are going to go watch the whole thing anyway, so you'll hear it. But she makes a very good point on the whole melted snowman topic. Okay, so anybody who didn't pay attention or wasn't listening for jury selection day one, during these little mini openings, Nick gave this whole speech about circumstantial evidence. And typically, in the example I gave on my live, is they typically do the whole, it's not uncommon for circumstantial cases for attorneys to deliver this to a jury so that they understand the difference between direct evidence, which is eyewitness accounts, videos, photographs. That's all direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence falls more into your forensics, and anything that essentially can be inferred from one point to another, so that a person, an average person can draw a conclusion from one piece of evidence connecting it to the other piece of evidence without the photograph, eyewitness, or video in between. So typically they give like examples, and I think Bob even talks about his example is the snow one too. It's like, if you go to bed and there's nothing on your driveway, nothing in your lawn, and then you wake up in the morning and everything is covered with snow, but it's not snowing, you can assume, you can infer that it had snowed while you were sleeping. Well, Nick takes this like to a whole nother level, and he talks about this whole melted snowman situation. But most people didn't really get it right off the bat, because he was telling the jury, like, if you go to spring break, which is just weird in general that you have this happening at spring break time, you go to spring break and you come back and there's a melted puddle in your driveway with coal or whatever it was. I don't remember the order that he did it in, with like 2 pieces of coal. Like, do you know what happened? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about, Nick? And then the next one is, I know we're going to have to do a melted snowman emoji just for this situation, for the members. And then it's like, okay, you don't know what happened yet. So now you come home and there's a puddle and 2 pieces of coal and a scarf or whatever. And then he goes to the next one. He's like, now you come home and there's a puddle, 2 pieces of coal, a scarf, and a top hat. And there's 2 sticks or whatever it is. And then, so he keeps going, and he's like into the, now you come home and there's a melted puddle and there's 2 pieces of coal, there's 2 sticks and a top hat and a scarf and a carrot. Like, at what point in this story do you recognize that you have a melted Frosty the Snowman? And it's like, what? How did you even get there? Like, I wouldn't have gotten there until somebody told me that that's what the hell we were talking about. And why do we have snowmen that are up on why we're going to spring break? I don't know. It was just a whole weird thing. But Bob does say that he didn't do that in his opening yesterday. But Allie makes this great point about that, and I wanted to make sure we talked about it, because I don't know. It could be in the clip that I'm going to play you guys, but I don't remember, because I watched it all, so I don't know exactly where it was. But she makes a really good point that instead of just doing this blanket overall, there's snow on the ground, because that would be like, you have this big piece of evidence, right, that your grasses in your driveway are dry, your grass is green, and the next morning and you wake up, everything is blanketed in snow. It's 2 huge pieces of evidence in your layman's eye that say, hey, everything was totally dry and fine yesterday, and now everything's covered in snow. That's a pretty obvious, like, something fucking happened and we probably got snow. So her thought process was, they don't have those huge chunks of evidence. They don't have green grass and a lawn that's covered in snow at the end. So he had to go through these smaller pieces because he needs them to be able to connect all these tiny pieces of evidence that he wants them to be able to connect and make it Richard Allen. And I thought that was, I mean, Allie's very smart. So I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. Like, because it's true, because we're going to have a video from Hoosier Harvest Store with a black car that potentially looks like Richard Allen's. We're going to have these eyewitnesses that don't actually say they saw Richard Allen. We're going to have, Richard Allen at one point supposedly saying to Dan Doolin that he's there, later on saying that he's not. So like there's teeny tiny pieces that they're going to have to try to put together. So I was like, that makes a lot of sense why he would try to go into this type of detail. It was just a dumb analogy to me. All right, let me see what you guys are saying, then I'm going to play it again. We have snowmen on spring break here in Michigan. Do you really? Do they melt when you get back? Would you know it melted when you got back? It cuts through the smoke and mirrors, yeah. In Indiana, we definitely can leave for spring break in Florida and come home to snow at home. We can take a nap in shorts and wake up to everything covered in snow. Indiana is wild. I lived there when I was younger. I don't recall that, but, like I haven't lived in Indiana since I was in 5th grade. So it's definitely not something that I recall. What's up, B. Frank? 75 wrongs. Radar's like, I still don't see a damn snowman. Queen Elizabeth was like, I didn't understand what he was saying until he got to the carrot. And I was like, oh, there's a carrot involved. Why the hell is there a puddle with some sticks and stuff in it? Took me to the name tag. Yeah, that was the very last thing. Now you have a name tag that says Frosty, which would be, like, I think the bigger piece of evidence, obviously. Okay, let's get back to listening to Bob and Allie. Oh, Sniper, criminality187@gmail.
No, that was a perfect lead in because I was fortunate and they did their mini openings again.
Ooh.
So, yeah. So that's what happens. First, Judge Gull goes through with the jury, kind of the housekeeping, explaining to them what the charges are. There's four counts total. We got the 2 felony murders and the 2 straight up murder counts. It gives a very brief description of what happened, reads through what has to be proven by the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt in order to secure conviction in this case, wherein, obviously it lays out that both Abigail and Liberty were killed. And then she kind of gets into some of the mechanics that you typically hear a judge ask. I'm going to go through the witnesses in the case. We want you guys to listen, including you in the gallery, because the way they had it set up, like I said, it's 12 in the box, and then all the rest of them are in the gallery. But that's not the total pool. They were bringing them in, I think, like 35, 37 at a time, because that's all the courtroom can hold, which is why I got to hear the many openings again.
Oh, so a whole different group of jurors. I
group.
forgot about that. All
Yep.
right.
So she kind of goes through all of her rigmarole, explains to the jurors that, look, you're going to be sequestered, which means that you are going to be stuck in a hotel away from your family for a month, which means you are not going home on weekends. We are going to have Sunday family days wherein either your family can come visit under the watchful eye of the bailiff, or you can text or call under the watchful eye of the bailiff.
Wait, only Sundays they get to call home?
Only Sundays.
Wow.
Do
you know if many of them had young children?
Yeah, quite a few of them did, and that's one of the things she asks preliminarily. She'll say, okay, well, does anybody have any hardships?
I also wonder, because Gabby's was mentioning it earlier about, like, not being able to talk to my kids, I also wonder, like, how many of these parents have been, like, single parents for, like, I don't know, I'm thinking my son, like, who's 8. Like, if I was a single parent, I'd be like, and then you actually, like, have this break. Like, the first week, you might just be like, I don't want to talk to anybody. Like, I finally don't have to do anything. Maybe you don't, there might be a time where you're like, this is a nice little break from having to be the single parent who does everything and anything.
I need to know about that you tell us about. Several mothers with young children. We had several other potential jurors that had elderly family that they were caring for, and they were the only option. We had several jurors that had that were in either solo practice or solo business owners, self-employed, and they were their own bosses. And they're like, this will destroy me. It'll destroy my business. If I'm gone for a month, there's no one else. Because Judge Gull will always ask the question, well, is there anybody, do you make arrangements? And, could you find somebody to watch the kids for you? Is there somebody that could step in your stead at your job?
Oh, God,
your business and help you out?
I was sick in the same house for a week with everybody, and I woke up to a mess. So I can only imagine if I wasn't even around. Oh gosh. Whew.
And they'll say, well, probably not. You know, we had a pilot who had gone through a tremendous amount of red tape in order to get a visa because he had a charter that he was flying to Saudi Arabia that was leaving in 5 days. We had a senior who didn't know that there's an exemption in Indiana if you're 75 years old. You can say, I'm exempt. I don't want to be on the jury. So we had a lot of those things come up.
And can I ask, in those situations?
That's a great point, Hammy, is like these people who are technically going to be put into, that's a great point. I haven't even thought about that. These people are essentially going to be put in isolation and only get to talk to their families once a week. Very different than the life that they live. It obviously isn't prison, but I wonder how much they'll think about that. The lack of interaction they have with their loved ones, the lack of communication. I mean, it'll be a very minor compared to what Richard Allen endured, being an innocent, technically innocent man put in prison in solitary confinement, because they'll still be able to talk to each other. They will still be able to, they won't be able to talk about the case, but they will be able to talk to each other, and they will be able to like have, their dinners and things like that. But I'm wondering if it'll put any perspective in the mind of the jurors of, I don't know. I mean, I guess that, we'll have to kind of wait and see if anybody at the end of this comes out and says, that was crazy. But that's a good thought.
Situations, just the preliminaries, does she excuse the ones that she says, all right, this is a hardship for you right there?
No, which is interesting. So like she makes them sit through it.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So just so people out there know, the way we do it in Illinois is the judge will ask those preliminary questions to the whole veneer, they call it, the whole group. And if the judge finds that that person's hardship, is strong enough, they'll release them right then and there. And I don't know, you'll have to tell me, is this something like she didn't want to open the floodgates and people to see, okay, it worked for him, it worked for him, it worked for him, or does that seem like that's just the way they do jury selection in Indiana?
I have a tendency to think that you're correct. I think that she didn't want to allow for that thought to enter the minds of the jurors, thinking, oh, well, I just need to come up with some kind of excuse and I'm going to be off this trial. So I think that that's exactly why she did it. Now, obviously, I don't know for certain, and that could be just exactly what happens in every trial when you're picking a jury. But I think I have to believe that it's left judge to judge, much like it is for us in Illinois. No judge does it the exact same way. They're all different. But for a case of this high publicity and this magnitude, I think that she found that was probably the best way to do it. And frankly, it was the judicial economy of it was pretty impressive because I mean they got through a lot in a pretty short period of time. I mean to pick a jury in a case that's 7 years old that is nationally known is pretty impressive.
I was very surprised. I was so surprised. I even commented to you, do you think that a lot of these jurors are lying? Because it just seems so outrageous to me. But I do remember from what they did do in this case, for those of you that don't know, is they had a survey done during pre-trial.
Juror questionnaire.
No, I'm talking about the survey that they did.
Oh yeah.
To when they were trying to get venue changed, saying that we're not going to be able to get a fair jury here, they did a lot of research, which included where was one of the highly populated area without a lot of coverage of this case, and that is the county that they were selecting jurors from, was that county. So I mean, maybe it was true, but you do have situations, especially in high profile cases, where people, they know they need to say that they don't know anything and they may want to be on the jury. I don't know if you got any sense of that one way or the other here. But like I said, it could just be as a result of the fact that it is a very highly populated county, and there was very little, was one of the counties with the least amount of coverage.
Yeah, I don't know if you're confusing this with Koberger. Like I don't know that they did do a poll. I don't think they did.
You're right.
I think they filed it was still very good.
Hey, D, can you strike that from the record?
Strike that from the record. But no, they filed the motion for a change of
But I do think I was accurate that is the county that they decided had the least amount of coverage and is highly populated. I don't think I made that up.
That's accurate, because Indianapolis is too close. Because Fort Wayne is probably the second biggest. Don't quote me on that, but I think that it is second.
Okay, hold on. The chat will say, first of all, I did not know that the person that Liam from One Direction died. So that's crazy news. Apparently found at a hotel in Argentina, from what the chat is saying. Not that has anything to do with Delphi. It's just a side note. And that sucks. He's got to be like 40. Like he's young. That whole band is young. So that sucks. I don't know. He either fell or jumped off the 4th floor balcony. That's crazy. But there's a side chat that's happening in our chat right now, if you guys are paying attention, about the snowman, and that there was actually a magician that has confessed to the crime, and and the snowman is actually innocent. And so then I said that the magician actually peed on the ground and placed the sticks there to represent Odin. And then now how funny would it have been if a fucking juror was like, that only matters depending on how the sticks were placed over the puddle. I fucking died. I would have fucking died.
Biggest city in Indiana.
31.
And it's a large town. You know, I mean, it's not the size of Indianapolis, but it's a fairly large town, and it's 100 miles away from Delphi. You know, the interesting thing about the choice of Allen County is that happens to be the very place where Judge Gull sits on the bench is Allen County. So it was her county, which I thought was strange. Like I didn't love that. I really didn't. I thought that it was strange. And as the procedural nightmare kind of progressed in that case, it became less and less appealing that it was the fact that the jury was going to be picked from Allen County and brought back. So it was really a change of veneer that was granted as opposed to a change of venue. Same effect. It would be the same as if they moved the trial, except it cost a hell of a lot less to bring a jury down, stick them in a hotel for a month than it is to move everything, the whole trial up to Fort Wayne would be a nightmare because everybody's moving.
But that's what they did with Daybell and Vallow, both Chad and Lori. That's what they're doing with Koberger, is they are moving the entire trial to another location. I don't know. Some people think it's easier because it's better for the jury, but I think it's an interesting twist that we're going to isolate a jury when we're going to talk about confessions of an isolated man. I don't know. I can't let that go now.
The clerks, the bailiffs, you know, they got to hold all the evidence up there. It's a massive undertaking. It would take probably 2 weeks to get it all moved up there. They're having to impose on another courtroom. Another judge has to lose his courtroom. You know, so it was like, all right, like we're going to bring them down here. So ultimately, that's what was decided. But like I was saying, as you know, the procedural nightmare kept happening. There was more and more press about Judge Gull in the town that's supposed to not really be hearing that much about the Delphi case. Therein lies the rub, right? I mean, it's like you're trying to escape the press, and at some point, the press that she's getting in terms of her decisions up there, because she's a hometown judge, is probably more prominent up there than it was in Delphi. And obviously, Fort Wayne's going to have its own newspaper, whereas Delphi probably has like a smaller newspaper, right? I think it's called the Comet, you know, and it's not the kind of paper that they're going to have up there. So bottom line is, I think there was a lot more publicity that probably should have been had up, be similar. And it took us 10 days. I think that there were 4 that said that they had heard of the case, and all 4 of them had formed an opinion. Yeah, it wasn't.
Wow, 4 out of 50. It was 52.
No. This was only the ones in the box.
Oh, the 12.
The 12 in the box.
So she didn't ask it to the whole veneer like she did some of the other questions.
No, because she goes through that same set of questions every time they put 12 in the box. It's like they want the ones in the gallery to be able to listen to like the mini opening, so they don't have to do them again. You know, and everything that's kind of asked. So the attorneys, when they start their questioning, don't have to necessarily go as in depth with their questions as they do, you know, every other time. It's kind of like we do when we get panels. Right. We get smaller panels. So, at any rate, then come the mini openings when we get what I would hazard to guess was the most probably Twitter-worthy bit of new evidence that people were not aware of.
I will kindly disagree with you here on this comment. Abby and Libby, I don't know what the rest of that's supposed to be. Richard Allen wasn't put into prison for no reason. The jail lacked the resources to treat his all of a sudden depression. His depression wasn't all of a sudden. He suffered from depression for obviously multiple years. Both sides have already said that. So that's number one. Number two, if your jail and your county can't actually hold somebody who suffers from depression, you might want to reconsider your resources for your county. That's number two. Number three, they didn't want to keep Richard Allen there, and they could have transferred him to another jail. Other jails in the area were willing to take him, and they chose not to. He was not suicidal until after he arrived at the prison. So that's, even if you wanted to add that into your comment. And having an iPad to text as well is not just is not enough to say, hey, well, he got to go to prison and he got an iPad. No, he was in solitary confinement, well beyond the policies and procedures that are set in stone for the IDOC. And we're gonna see during this trial what the effects of something like that does to somebody. But he wasn't put in prison for lack of resources to deal with sudden depression. Just FYI. I think that was a part one of a comment. Okay, so I'm getting, now that I see your second part of that comment, I see that you're here to try to push what you think versus here to commentate on what the topic is, which is good, I guess, for you. But just make sure that you don't come in like a troll, because I will block you. Just come in and let's talk about the topic at hand, and keep it on course. And do you want to build a snowman? All right. Sleuthy, Sleuthy, do you want to be up here, or you want me just to leave you in the back until you want to come up?
No, you can leave me here. I'll just mute.
Okay. Well, and you're welcome to commentate on anything that we're talking about. So.
Okay.
Which was that it came out during Baldwin's mini opening, because Andrew Baldwin did his mini opening, but McClellan began with his. I thought McClellan performed well. It was 5 minutes or short.
Oh, speaking of, every attorney that I have listened to that was in the courtroom has said that they actually believe that all the attorneys did a great job in their communications with the potential jurors. That, and Bob will say this too in here, that he thought that the biggest mistake that the prosecution made was that Nick did all of the voir dire or voir dire, depending on where you're from, that he did not have his co-counsel, being Lutrell and Diener, he did not have them interacting with the jury, which in Bob's opinion, was a mistake. But every attorney that I listened to said that Nick was very charismatic, and he seemed to mesh with the potential jurors very well. They've all said that Baldwin did a great job. They said that Rosie did a great job. I think a lot of people really commended Rosie a lot.
Do you think that McClelland is going to pull a Lally? Like, where he's going to maybe have people sitting at the table, but like nobody's going to do anything the entire 5 weeks but him, with every witness?
I think that he's going to have Diener, and I think if anything, when we get to the Lutrell stuff in this live, I think that I do think that they're going to reserve him. I don't think they're going to pull him. I think it's too late to pull him, and it would look weird. But I do think they're gonna table him and use him like the second attorney in Karen Reed. But I think he'll have Diener do specific pieces based on what her quote unquote expertise is. Other than that, I'd be surprised if we actually hear much from Lutrell.
Yeah, I've obviously watched everybody too, probably all the same people you did. And one of the things that was pointed out was like what you said, is that typically you'd want to kind of develop a type of connection with each juror before the trial starts. And they say Nick is very, what's the word? Personable, maybe outgoing and personable. Which is interesting, because I guess I just have a opinion of him like in my mind, because I've not seen him really do much other than like the meetings where he's asking for money. But they said that Rosie and Baldwin and Auger, that they made it a point to like rotate a lot, and so that they think that they're going to be like rotating often throughout the trial, which I think would be really good. Nobody wants to hear the same person's voice over and over again every single day.
No, yeah, I think that having they each have like a specific forte, and to let them question the witnesses that have to do with that, I think also creates a very consistent message to the jury, and not like overlapping all the other information that the same voice, like Lolly, who just did everything over and over and over again. You don't even know what he argued anymore, because it was just like so redundant. But if you have them taking like anything, I don't know which one's going to do what, so I'm just kind of throwing this out there as an example. If Auger does everything to do with Richard Allen being in prison, with the safekeeping order, with his mental health, let's say she does all of that, then they can track like, okay, we remember when she said all of these things. And then Baldwin does, everything to do with the crime scene or whatever, and then they can track it easier, versus it all just becoming one big jumbled mess after a month of questioning.
That's a good point. Like, I think I'm more liable to remember when, and by the way, Heavy Metal Rehab used the word that I was looking for. It's charismatic. But if I'm like remember when I said to you, yesterday. I said, were you the one that emailed or talked to whoever from the FBI
Yes.
website? Like, if that was a conversation that we had where I could hear your voice, I would be more able to remember what it is that you said.
Right.
You know, as opposed to just really the same thing all the time. I can't with that. Like, I'm dreading Karen Reed's second trial just because I can't bear the thought of listening. I can't do it. Not for another 5 months. Like, I can't do it.
You know that we're going to, though.
Oh my God. That was the longest
We
nap
don't
I've ever
want
taken.
to.
Oh
Every
my
time
God.
that he would stand up to do any, if you guys didn't watch the Karen Reed case, it's just, the whole point is that
Oh
the
my
one prosecutor in the case, he was the Commonwealth is technically what they are there, but he was the
Ugh.
only one who did. And I mean, it's a lot to put on your shoulders. So I give him
Sure.
give him the props for putting that much pressure on himself. He had another attorney at the table. Did Lolly step down? I've not heard that. You thought Lolly stepped down? I've not heard that.
They put that new guy on, I can't remember his name. I think he was Whitey Bulger's attorney, but like, they put him on, but it's not really clear if now he's going to handle the entire thing. I have not heard him speak. If I have, it's not memorable. But there's no way Lally's going to like not get up and question people. There's just no
They're
way.
saying like another prosecutor from out of town is going to take over. Lolly isn't going to be prosecuting this. I haven't heard that anybody's taking over. I knew that he had brought somebody else on the team. But that will be interesting. I'll have to do some more research. I don't dive myself. I don't like live in Karen Reed right now. So
yeah, they brought him on. I don't know that. I'll have to look. I don't know that I don't think he's number one.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. So, but either way, the whole point was that Lolly did the entire. It was so many days. I don't even remember how many days it was. Like 50
Oh my God,
days
it
of
was
trial.
months. It went on for months.
And he did all of the direct examination, all of the cross examination, and his voice was just so redundant.
It stays like this the entire time he's.
Yeah.
It never changes for 5 months.
What if any of these did you guys? what if any did you guys look at this? And who, if anyone, went to this place? And I was like, oh my gosh! And so you like just wanted the defense to stand up just so you could hear like some type of emotion and flow of a voice.
Yep.
It's monotone as fuck. I know. So I think it's a good idea.
Derail us, but go ahead. I was just saying.
Okay. I think it's a good idea for them to have these different people, but I think that he'll use Diener, and I think with everything going on with Lutrell, they're not going to pull him from the table, but I think they might just keep him there. But that's an opinion. So once again, my opinions, take it, leave it, throw it in the trash, do what you want with it.
Yeah, I don't even think that like currently that the Lutrell, I mean, we'll get to it, but I think had this been found out or that order written, months ago, that maybe it would have gotten brought up. And I think it should be brought up in the context of everything, especially when we're talking about like the Franks. And we'll dig into all of that. But like, I think now is just too late. Like, what are we going to do? Like, have him booted? I mean, and then what? Nick have to put it off or something happen? Like I think everybody just wants to go right now.
Yeah. Everyone's like, just go. I missed this, Jen. I did not see that you gave me a $50 freaking super chat. Thank you so much. I know. I must have just been talking in my own world and just didn't even see it like I do. But thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I thank you guys for being here. And then Radar gifted 5 memberships. So welcome to the new members. And we seem to be getting my life back on track here a little bit. So we might actually get some member lives.
I don't think I'm a member. Am I a member? I don't even think I'm a member.
Better be a freaking member. I think you were gifted one at some point.
I do get gifted memberships because the way I see it is I am broke. And
she's like, I love too many people and I cannot pick and choose.
Like I have a lot of friends, and if I buy one, then I feel like I got to buy them all. And I literally can't. And that's just the truth of it.
Yeah, I get you. I think I still have like 3 that I pay for. Other than that, I just get gifted ones here and there. But I did realize, so Bob and I had our 1-year anniversary, just an FYI. Yeah, we had our 1-year anniversary the last day of September, when it was the first time he came on my live. And he was just starting his channel at the time. Yeah. And
I remember that.
Yeah, so so my membership to his channel, I think I joined like as soon as he was monetized, I joined. So I just got my 12-month little icon on his channel.
Cute. If I could figure out where all like I have so many subscriptions that I like don't even know if probably hundreds of dollars. Like I probably could get memberships to everybody if I could figure out where all these subscriptions are coming from and cancel them.
I know. Do I get the membership money? Yes, I get about 60 to 70% of it, I think is what it is. ATS might know better than me because I don't track all that stuff very well. I should do better, but I don't. But I do get some of it. Yes. So I think it's the same as like the super chats and things like that. YouTube likes to take like 30, 35-ish%. So, all right, let's go back. We'll go back to Bob and Allie. And Travis is like, does Allie know? I'm pretty sure she does because she was around when he came on my channel. So technically it would be my anniversary with her if she had come on my channel too.
Like mini openings are truly mini openings. He just kind of McClellan laid out the facts of the case, says this is what we got. We got the right. That's it. The fact I just went through the facts of the case.
No, that's what he said. I'm wondering specifically what McClellan told the jurors.
He went through the facts of the case. That the girl, that Abby and Libby, gave their names, ages, said that they went out hiking on the trail. They gave the facts of the case that I just gave at the beginning of the episode. Same thing. It's almost as if Nick listens to our. No, I'm kidding. So I mean, it's the same. The story. He gives the story what happens to the girls, talks about them being discovered, and then says he had 3 points. He says there's 3 things in this case. There's Richard Allen. Like, what evidence do we have? He's like, Richard Allen was at the bridge at the time the girls went missing. Richard Allen, we have found there was a bullet, an unspent casing that was found at the scene that has been found to be a match to a weapon that was found at Richard Allen's home. And Richard Allen has confessed many, many times to his wife, his mother, his psychiatrist in prison, the warden, guards, inmates, anybody he can confess to, he confessed to. So that was, and he's like, we got the right guy. He sits down. Baldwin stands.
So that's their whole kit and caboodle. It's really that junk science relative to the bullet.
It does not sound like, if I'm going strictly by McClellan's mini opening, that there's any other evidence. It's my greatest fear realized. That's what I've been saying since the PCA drop. I'm like, if this is all they have, shit leans innocent. Like I mean, we'll see how it plays out.
They don't bring up the opinion of any of the jurors on any other type of topics. They don't say, okay, like, how do you feel about like forensic science? How do you feel about like, typically if they have other types of evidence, they want to get the feeling from the jurors on what the jurors are how they would interpret that type of evidence. And according to every attorney we've listened to that sat in the courtroom for this jury selection, nobody on the prosecution side is asking those types of questions. So I don't know. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be other little bits and pieces of evidence that we don't know about. It means, like I've said, I don't think there's any bombshell shit that we aren't aware of. The biggest pieces of evidence, I think the public knows.
I agree. And I also think that it became clear to me that basically when he was arrested, all they had was the bullet and whatever comparison that is. And then I think that a confession was crucial. And I think that he's now using various pieces of different confessions and this is just my opinion, I'm allowed to have it.
Yep.
Various pieces of confessions to fit, like we all know, it's not weird for me to say that he's looking for it to fit his theory, because if you know what's actually going on, then you know that both sides only have a theory. They both have a theory only. They don't know if it's right or wrong. They both might be wrong. Like one side does not have the truth, let's say. You know what I mean? And so I think that he took bits and pieces of those confessions and he incorporated it with the evidence that he has to try to come up with a theory. And most of it's going to hinge on the things that Richard Allen said. So to me, it would be as simple as, like, a majority of my picking the jury would be picking people that would understand the kind of surrounding stuff that was happening when the confessions were made. People that understand mental health and things like that.
How was it? Now my days are kind of running together, and I don't know if it's from Bob's or if it's from Andrea's or Lawyer Lee's, that they said that that when the jury, the potential jurors were asked about like what would make somebody, like, do you believe in false confessions? And they say, yeah. What do you think would make somebody falsely confess? And the response from some of them was like mental health issues, things like that. So, all right, we're gonna.
Oh yeah, and there was that one girl that like had been in prison and jail. There was. I think that the jury pool that they pulled from, I think, is best case scenario kind of for the defense in a sense, because I think that if it were in Carroll County, I think a lot of things that are going to be understood might not be as understood. If that makes any sense. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just thinking like you have people like, okay, let's just say Greeno, for instance. He's been in prison.
Mm-hmm.
He will outright tell you that Nick McClellan is a shitbag and that they're corrupt in Carroll County. But for whatever reason, he's like, but not this time, not with this guy.
He's adamant. I don't know.
Like,
It's
you're
weird to me.
corrupt or you ain't. Like, if you are, you're not going to pick which things you're going to be corrupt on. You just are.
Well, it's also weird because if they are incompetent and corrupt, then why wouldn't you just at least be on the fence? Like, how do you go so hard one way? Like or that way, I guess. That's always been my it's kind of weird. It's almost like just because I want to be on this side, so I'm going to be regardless of what is happening. And just like the person who, I don't know if they're still lurking here, but they're not commenting anymore, came in. It's like an echo chamber. And it's like, if the echo chamber is consistent of facts, then I'll let your echo chamber be anything you want it to be. If you want to come in here and talk to me about facts about like an unspent round, or you want to come in here and talk to me about facts of confessions and false confessions, and talk to me about facts of that they didn't want to transfer him to the other county because it didn't have a basketball court. Like, if you want to come and spit facts, like, I'm okay with an echo chamber of facts, whether they're for or against his innocence or guilt. I just don't want misinformation to be the rampant thing of why people are just so adamant that this guy is guilty.
Can I just put this like on the record with my voice, and then you can carry on? I've said it a million times since I heard it about this hair in Abby's hand. And I can't for the life of me. I've been totally shocked the last, 24 hours, like looking at some of the things that are being said and everybody knowing my position on all of this. If I found out that Abby had hairs in her hands that matched Richard Allen,
I'd be done.
Like, exactly. Like, and I'm just thinking, so how could anybody consider these hairs that don't match? Like, forget that they match or don't match. She has hairs in her hand. What are logical explanations for doing so? She had her hands in fists. They were like wrapped up into her shirt. I think it's pretty reasonable to say that someone who's a victim of a violent crime would have ripped out someone's hair. And so I'm not understanding, although, well, we need to see, or maybe it was like, it would just depend on whose it is. And if they don't know whose it is, then it's not really that big a deal. I'm thinking, what?
How is it not that big of a, yes.
If it was Richard Allen's hair, man, I'd be leading the charge for, like, there's no explanation that you're going to give me to explain why his hair was in her hands. So I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Because I can tell you all the super pro guilters, if that was Richard Allen's hair, they would be talking major shit to anybody who sat on the fence or on the other side of the fence.
Absolutely.
It would be absurd. Yeah. And now that it's not, it's like, oh, well, it's probably just, it's Kelsey's. And I'm like, it's not Kelsey's. Kelsey has said multiple times she gave up her DNA. Also, it's not a familial match. They have, no matter whether you think they actually took Kelsey's DNA or not, they have Libby's DNA. They have Abby's DNA. So they would know if the hair that was found in Abby's hand, we haven't got to the hair yet, so I didn't want to go too far into this, but fine, we can, because it's actually the next thing and we're already an hour in. But if it was a familial match to either Abby or Libby, they would know that because they have their DNA.
What would be the point of, if it matched Abby or Libby, what would be the point of the defense bringing that up?
No, I'm saying, because people are saying like it's Kelsey's sweatshirt, so it's probably from Kelsey.
Well, okay, but how does that explain her having it in her fit? Like, if it's in her hand, like, you have to think if she had it in her hand, it wasn't just laying on her body or on the sweatshirt. It was in her hand. And if it got stuck there, it had to have been shortly before death. So why would she be carrying around one of Kelsey's hairs that she found on the sweatshirt, which she didn't even have on her body, we're thinking, until she died or was about to die?
They obviously don't know whose hair it is. So if it cannot be connected to the family. There's just no way. It's a familial hair. They would know that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the bigger issue. And then I think we have to find out how many people's hair, or not hair, how many people's DNA they actually took to compare, because we've heard from a ton of people that their DNA was taken, or that they willingly gave up their DNA, which also they could have gone with a familial match on any of those.
Right.
So let's say it's like, if I don't know how many people in this chat follow Long Island serial killer, but for instance, Long Island serial killer, his victims have his wife's hair. So they're going to have evidence. They have evidence of that based on the information they were able to garner from their search warrants and from the wife and so on and so forth. So I'm saying, let's say it's Richard Allen's daughter's hair. Well, now they have Richard Allen's DNA. So they would have a familial match to Richard Allen based on if it was his daughter's.
I'm seeing people say if she had her hands in her pocket, like, again, why is she carrying around hair that she found somewhere on her body? And again, we don't know if she was alive when the clothes were put on her.
Well,
do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I simply wanted myself on the record saying that
if it was Richard Allen's fucking hair, we'd all go Richard Allen. There's no more question. We don't even need to. We don't need this trial televised. We're done.
100%. And I find it patently absurd to say that it's like no big deal, or try to explain it away, which is not what would be done if it was Richard Allen's hair. Because again, there's no reasonable, in my opinion, and somebody else maybe will be different, but just know that I think it's absurd. I can't think of a reasonable explanation.
To act like it's not important is the absurd part, and I want to make sure people understand what Sleuthy's saying. It's not like that it's not Richard Allen's. It's absurd. It's the fact that people are dismissing it as something that is not potentially important. That is absurd, and I'll tell you, number one, why? Because law enforcement didn't do that. They have been comparing how many profiles of DNA to this.
Yeah, let's say that's so. There has to still be. Now, there might be another source of unknown DNA at the scene, but let's say there's only one, and it is this hair. We know they're still looking to figure out whose hair it is, because in August of 2023, per Pat Westfall himself, they were taking his DNA, and even he said, wait a minute, if you got this guy arrested and you're still looking for people's DNA, then you've got DNA and it doesn't match the guy you arrested.
Right.
That's a problem for everybody. So to act like it's really not a big deal is just absurd to me.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean like it be somebody from, like, it's Kelsey's sweatshirt and okay. So first of all, let's touch on this, because as of what we heard in court, or what we're being told happened in court, it was that Baldwin said that there was a hair in Abby's hand. In Abby's hand. Now, it has come out that there's been much speculation on social media on whether this hair is actually male or female. So I want to touch on that. That is not from Baldwin. Baldwin is not the one who in court said it was a female hair. So I just want to make sure we touch on that. Then it went another level higher, where somebody else, per their source, which take it for what it is, we don't have that in court yet, that said it's potentially a red hair. Now we have somebody else saying that it's a long hair. So, but from my understanding, those were not qualifiers that were given by Baldwin in the courtroom yesterday.
No, I haven't heard anybody that was there say that specifically.
So, yeah, as of yesterday, Baldwin says there was a hair, and Barbara McDonald says hairs, but she's the only one I've seen say plural. And we're gonna watch her interview here in just a second too.
I think he said there was hair, not a hair, not hairs. just there was hair. So it could be one, it could be many.
Right. So,
but it's not outrageous to think people miss the word a. You know what I mean? Like, I think hearing wasn't great there.
Right. Well, yeah, because everybody that's attended the Allen County courthouse always says that the acoustics are really bad. But like I said, it's definitely not. It's not animal hair.
No, it's 100% not animal hair, because they would not be trying to compare humans to it.
No, I think that a lot of people are going back to the animal hair from when they did the Ron Logan search warrant, which I believe that we didn't know at the time. So I think they were looking to I don't think law enforcement technically knew at the time that it was whether it was human or animal. So I think they were still looking at all of that. Because remember, like the first warrant that went to Ron Logan's wasn't even a warrant. They went in and took his firearms. I think it was March 6th, if I remember right. And then their search warrant came a little bit later. So they may not have known yet if it was human or animal. Does it also mean that there's not more, like Sleuthy's saying? We've only heard now about a hair. We don't know that there's not other types of DNA, whether it be animal or human DNA left at the scene. We don't know that yet, but they would know it was animal by the time they're taking people like Patrick Westfall's DNA in September, October of last year. You know what I'm saying? They would know that by then, but they may not have known it in March of 2017 when they were doing the search warrant for Ron Logan. So once again, Fair Justice says in chat, like, we need more information on this, and I absolutely agree. I think that it's naive if anybody just rules it out as anything like it's not important. Like, it's absolutely fucking important, and it was important to the investigation for over 7 years. So don't dismiss it just because it doesn't fit what you want it to. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
I think that's all Sleuthy's saying. Okay, I think that Bob gets into the hair right here. If he doesn't, I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I want to get to the hair, and then I want to watch Barbara McDonald's segment on the hair.
And that's very scary. And so why don't you tell us what Baldwin said, but then I ask you to circle back and let people know what, like, you know, how this gun casing evidence, like, give us some details about that.
Wait, details about what?
Well, the fact that the gun wasn't, no, I know, but just so people know that this gun casing didn't actually, it wasn't fired. It just,
we're not going to get into that because we're at the trial.
All right. Okay.
We have to keep these things to like an hour. That's our goal, because remember, we're releasing these as a pod. Allen is a very diminutive guy. He's very, very small. He's 5'4", maybe 5'5" on a tall day. It's a short man. It's like, I've said it a million times. Like the number one descriptor, if you saw Rick Allen, if you're like, what does he look like? You know, who am I looking for? A really short guy, like the shortest guy in the bar. You're like, he'll always be the shortest guy in the bar. He's that short. So what I thought was a brilliant move by Baldwin, who's a large man, probably 6'2", 6'3", hulking above Richard Allen. He starts his opening by standing behind Richard, putting his hands on his shoulders. He's like, is it possible that this man is innocent? And then he walks to the front, and then he starts addressing the jury.
Does he get to ask that of the jury? Oh, no, that was his mini opening. Sorry.
This is the mini opening, but
right.
Which it's a great question. It becomes a real point of contention. It started on day one but I'll get there in very short order. So he kind of starts going through his mini opening, talking about how their timeline is no good and that we're going to be attacked. You're going to see the timeline doesn't prove anything, and that the unspent casing is junk science, and that you're not going to be able to rely on it. That the confessions were all as a result of a man who was incarcerated, not in a jail where people that are awaiting trial are 99.9% of the time held, but instead held in the worst of the worst Westville Penitentiary for 4 months. And then after 4 months in solitary, starts spitting out these confessions. He talks about, in one of the confessions, Richard Allen confesses to taking his gun and shooting the girls in the back. I don't know if you can't remember if he said the back, but he says shooting the girls, which is unusual because the girls were not shot. He then confesses to sexually abusing the girls, which is curious in light of the fact that the medical examiner found no evidence of sexual abuse. He then says that he then confesses to burying them in shallow graves. And when you see the crime scene photos, you will see that the girls were in fact not buried in shallow graves. He gave a false confession. So that's basically the thrust of his mini opening. He sits down. McClellan gets to start asking his questions. I thought Nick did a fine job. He was pretty charismatic, because the reality in a case like this, where if you're looking at it objectively, it's a true whodunit. Like, to me, it's not evident that Rick Allen's the proper defendant in this case. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't know. But going into it, I don't have the same feeling that I'm going to have if Rex Heuermann goes to trial. Like, if he goes to trial, I feel very confident, like a little shy of Gacy, wherein they found 27 bodies buried in his crawl space, confident that they have the right guy, but very confident. Like, it's a different vibe. So in situations like that, you want, as an attorney, to be able to have the jury connect with you. You want them to like you. You want to create a rapport with them. Both sides do. You don't want to come off as a stiff. You don't want to come off as a brute. You don't want to come off as overbearing. You don't want to come off as some kind of dry, pulled up tie guy. You want to come off as a normal guy who's just sitting there chatting with the jury. And Nick did a pretty good job with it. He asked.
Can I butt in and tell a quick story?
Of course.
So my very first trial was actually a civil trial, getting a rapport with them, and
whether that's going to be the case, we're finally here. We're going to find out. But I was just kidding. There was one other thing that Baldwin brought up, which was the little piece of evidence that we hadn't heard about prior to, and it was in his mini opening, and he talked about a strand of hair that was found in Abby's hand. So not laying on her hand, but in her hand, which was tested, and Rick Allen was not a match.
What did he use the word excluded or not a match?
Excluded. It's excluded. It's not Rick Allen's hair. So it was like, the courtroom was abuzz.
So the reason Allie asked that is because when it comes to DNA, that's a very big difference between being excluded or that he's not a match. The purpose of it is if you can be excluded, you're done. You're out. And so for a lot of the people who were like the DNA has these certain markers, and I want to preface this by saying we don't know if there's other DNA that they're going to talk about during the trial. But when it comes to this hair and Baldwin saying that Richard Allen is excluded means that in no way, shape, or form do these markers match Richard Allen. He's excluded from being a contributor of the DNA of this hair. So I just want people to understand why that's important, because there's been so much speculation that this whatever DNA has only specific markers, and that he may match just some of the markers. And so it could potentially be him. It cannot, if Baldwin is using the word excluded, it cannot be him. Not at all, whether you have how many markers or not. So I just want to put that out there. And like I said, that doesn't mean they can't have other DNA that they're going to talk about. But with this, if it's not his.
Everyone's like, oh my God, but whose hair is it? Who did it match? So we don't get the end part of it. So it leaves your mind racing. It leaves potentials.
Do you think they might know, that the defense might know? If the defense knew who that person was, I think we would have heard about it on the third party. There was a portion pre-trial where the defense was, the prosecution was moved to bar the defense from raising these third party culprits. So I would assume if they had that, know who the hair.
He's not going to lie to the potential jury and not have something to back that up. There's just no way, because then they're gonna make it that he's not. They can't trust anything he says the entire time, and that would be a very stupid move on his part. Not to say somebody couldn't, but I'm going to say that he wouldn't.
I agree. Hi, DB.
Belongs to. We would have heard about that as a connection in the third party.
I don't know where you're coming up with this stuff. I feel like you're just making up stuff from social media. That has never been said by anybody except for speculation on social media. So it's your whole entire theory, and I don't know what your actual name is, but your whole entire theory that you come in here with is literally social media speculation. Nobody has ever said that in any filing. So I think that you like the leaked information or the conjecture that YouTubers come up with. And don't get me wrong, I will add some of that stuff into a theory of a potential, but it's not my end all be all, and it shouldn't be yours either. And so please don't come in here trying to say that those are facts. Those are not facts. Make sure that you are coming in here and saying pure speculation or based on your thoughts. This is what you think. But it is not accurate factual information. It's not. So please don't act like it is.
Plus,
don't try to tell somebody else in the chat they're wrong because your made up bullshit is right. It's not true. Your theory can be your theory and you can have it, but don't make it as fact. It's not.
You can have it, but
Alan owned a gun. Good job.
That would also mean that, so he was standing there getting ready to shoot them, heard a car and Libby's father yelling for them, and instead of just shooting them, decided to use a knife, then move them, dress them in different clothes, gather up sticks, place sticks around them, on them, on top of them, whatever, just a couple, and then walk back to his car bloody. That's the theory. So okay. All right.
Yeah. I can't.
Thank God this jury is going to be sequestered. Thank
I don't have
God.
the patience in my life at this point to deal with the purposeful commentary to try to throw shit out that isn't true without acting like, or while acting like it's fact and it's like come from a factual person. I just don't have the tolerance for it anymore. I'm just done. Like I'm ready to well, let's get back to the factual shit that we're about to find out and that we are finding out during jury selection and we're going to find out in trial. I'm just so over the stupid commentary of some of these people. I just can't handle it anymore. I try really hard, but I get to a point where I can't. I just can't do it, and I'm done for today. So I'm done with that conversation. So back to Bob's live, so we can get on with the factual information from the hearing or from the jury selection.
The culprit hearings.
For sure. So but it gets interesting. So after the mini, I think actually before the mini openings, both sides, McClellan went through his witness list. I'm sitting there trying to write all the names down frantically. I resort to writing initials. I think it was about somewhere between 55 and 60 names that McClellan gives in terms of witnesses that they'll be calling. Rosie then goes through their list. I estimate that to be about 150. Okay.
Wow.
Now, one of the names that's really interesting for you and I, because we have personal knowledge of who this person is Carl Reich, who is our DNA expert in Garcia, who we both really respect. I think he's one of the best DNA experts in the country. The way that the man can break down DNA for an idiot like me to be able to understand what DNA is was phenomenal. Like that's what made him brilliant. Not so much that he just has a complete handle on the science, but that he can break it down in a way that's palatable for jurors. So
and I know him to be firm in he's not going to waver in his opinion of the DNA, because we had a situation in that case where another expert had given me an opinion that later Carl Reich was like, well, I don't agree with that opinion. So he's a man of he's, like you said, he's very smart. He's great at his expertise, and he's a man of conviction. So not a hired gun, as they say.
Right, exactly. Yeah, he's not gonna alter his opinion because he's a paid expert. His opinion's his opinion, and that comes across. He's a very credible witness, and he's obviously highly skilled and highly educated. He's very experienced at what he does. All right, so McClellan starts with his.
So I'm gonna stop this one because I want to still talk about the hair. But Bob was saying that he was also tracking the amount of witnesses both sides were going over. His numbers seem to really correlate with what Andrea said, that the prosecution has about 50 to 60 that they named, and that the defense has about 150 to 160 that they named. That does not mean that they're going to be calling all of them. Part of it has to do with that they need to have a few of these people on the record that they were going to call them based on what they're going to do for offers of proof. And we're going to get more into the offer of proof and the evidence that goes along with that stuff when we get to the motions and the orders that were issued today, which we're not at. So it's a couple of people that just popped in, just an FYI. I wasn't live yesterday, so we're covering yesterday's stuff right now. And then Sleuthy is going to cover Lutrell, the information that came out about Lutrell, who is on the prosecutor side. And then I'm going to run out and drop off a kid at gymnastics. I will be back, and then we're going to cover the motions and orders that came out today. So that's kind of where we're at. So we're just finishing yesterday's stuff. So some of this might be a repeat for a lot of you, which is fine. I just want to make sure that we have it all in one place, and that way it can easily flow, and we're not skipping things. So that's where we're at. So this is Court TV yesterday during their lunch break, which they did get a lunch break yesterday. Ironically, they did not get one the day before. Barbara McDonald went on Court TV to talk about the hair and what she heard in the courtroom. So I'm going to listen. I want to play what she had to say from her perspective.
McDonald, Barbara, always great to be on with you. You have been there in the courtroom. Tell us, and we know this is not televised. Jury selection's never televised, but this part also, not never, but usually. We know the whole trial will not be in the Delphi murders. So tell us all about what is the latest.
So right now there's some confusion about how many jurors have actually been selected. When we started the day, we thought we needed 2, and then we selected 2, and then we found out that there's still one more that the judge wants to get. So we're not sure if our numbers are off or if another juror has been dismissed. When we started the day today, the judge did dismiss 3 jurors that had been selected yesterday. Actually 2 of them for health reasons, 1 medical, 1 health, and then 1 who was a young mom and said she would struggle to have childcare during the duration of this trial, which could last a month. The jury is going to be sequestered, meaning they're going to be away from their families, away from their electronics, and in hotel rooms through the duration of the trial. Judge?
And I know the sequestering of jurors, in my opinion, is not as common as it used to be. So before we get to one other thing I want to talk about, I just want to ask, was any reason provided by the court, Barbara, of why the decision was made to sequester jurors in this case?
Other than the pretrial publicity, no. And a lot of the jurors that had been questioned, we sat through 52 yesterday, and I believe 24 so far today. And quite a few of them did raise their hands and say they had been exposed to some media coverage. There were a small handful who said they had already formed an opinion that could not be changed, no matter what was presented in court, no matter what either side said or did. So those people were obviously excused. Many of the others who said they had been exposed to some media coverage of the case did say they could remain impartial, look at the evidence, and then make their decision based off that.
And tell us about Richard Allen, how he looks, his demeanor as he's inside this courtroom.
He looks a bit healthier. He, in previous hearings and in some of his mugshots, he looks kind of gray. His color has returned. He is now in a county jail for jury selection. He's being held at the Allen County Jail. He will move to a jail close to Carroll County for the duration of the trial. But, for about 2 years of his time behind bars, he's been held in a maximum security prison in really, really harsh conditions, solitary confinement at times, being housed as if he was on death row. That got overturned a couple of months ago, and he was released to another county jail. So the conditions in which he was being held have eased on him some, giving him more freedom, perhaps a little bit more chance to get out of his cell and perhaps get some exercise. We're seeing him for the first time dressed in street clothes. He is a man of small stature. He is said to be about 5'4", 5'5". He is not very heavy at this point. He has been wearing a collared shirt with no tie, a belt, and today he had on gray pants. Yesterday he had on khaki pants. He is unshackled in court. He is able to have a pen and a pad of paper. He communicates with his attorneys. He definitely seems to be paying attention to the proceedings.
All right. Now, I know that you've also learned some new details about evidence in this case. What can you tell us about that, please?
So both sides got to do mini opening statements before the jury, and that happened yesterday before the panel, and it happened again today. And one of the things that Andrew Baldwin, who is the defense attorney for Richard Allen, said that we had not heard before is that hair found in Abby's hand is not Richard Allen's. And he said that in his mini opening statement to the jury, the potential jurors, and he said emphatically that Richard Allen is an innocent man and the evidence will prove it. Of course, the prosecution feels differently. They feel the evidence is going to convict this man. He is facing 4 counts of murder, 2 intentional and 2 basically felony murder during the commission of a kidnapping. Jury selection is continuing right now. Tomorrow, we will probably be hearing a lot of motions that have been filed. Thursday, we should not be in session.
So this is obviously, like I said, it's from lunch yesterday. And so that whole schedule got thrown out, and they did not do anything today, and they're doing the other parts tomorrow.
And then opening statements on Friday, as you mentioned, Ashley.
And, Barbara, I just have to ask you one more question while I have you, because I know you did Down the Hill, the podcast, so you've been very intimate with the facts of this case for a very long time. Tell me about outside of the courthouse. Are there a lot of people from the public? I've been there to visit as well, very intimately involved with the details of what was a cold case for a long time. And I would assume a lot of people are going to listen to be at the trial, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
We anticipate that's going to happen once the trial moves to Carroll County. We are in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We're about 2 hours away from Carroll County right now. There have not been a lot of people. There have been about 20 seats available for the public and 5 seats for the media. And so far, that has been able to accommodate all of the people who have come. I don't know of anybody who's been turned away. Once we get to Carroll County, there should be more media seats, about a dozen, as well as more seats for the public. I anticipate that that's where most of the people who are really interested in following this trial are going to be trying to get in, get a seat. As you said, absolutely no recording of any kind. We all have our notebooks. It's like the first day of school again.
Everybody's taking notes and going through multiple legal pads. All right, so I'm gonna stop that real quick. I wanted to show you guys this screenshot, and I should have shown it to you while we were talking about why I think that the animal hair versus this being a human hair, and possibly why at the time of Ron Logan's search warrant they didn't actually know whether it was human or animal. So this is an article that had come out like 8 years ago from Fox 59 that where Lesenby is saying that they do have the DNA evidence and they've asked for it to be fast tracked. So that's what that's conjecture. That's just my thought process on why they may have been asking for any type of hairs, including animal when they were looking at Ron Logan's property. So, so you know what? I want to grab that screenshot really quick from your Twitter, Sleuthy, real quick. Hold on. So a reporter also mentioned something about, let me see where you have it at. Probably way down here now. Here it is. So Angela Ganote, I don't know exactly how you say it, but she said, like, Richard Allen's defense attorneys say hair found in Abby Williams' hand does not match Richard Allen's DNA. That has never been made public before, but during our interview with the sheriff days after the murder, he had told me and Ray on live TV that they had DNA. Law enforcement then asked us to remove that information from our website, saying the sheriff was speaking without full knowledge. And that was in 2017. So it's very weird to me when we know that they've said they had DNA the entire time.
I'm not removing shit.
Why would they take that? Why would they even ask this news reporter or this news station to take that down?
Mm-hmm. And they did, and then didn't mention it and hid it for 7 years. I'm not taking down shit.
Yeah, I'm surprised that. I mean, I guess they were like, you could really mess up the investigation by by having that up. But that was not. I mean, they weren't the first ones that were told that. People have been told about DNA fingerprints since the beginning. So I'm just very surprised that they asked them to take it down. And saying that the sheriff was speaking without full knowledge. Why would the sheriff not have full knowledge of the investigation that he's in charge of?
Exactly. And like I said in that tweet, now we know that, I mean, we already knew, but now you've admitted that you basically take stuff down. Like, think of all the things that everybody's like, I know that I read this in such and such an article, back in the beginning, and now I can't find it anywhere. Like they do, they just remove it. Or they edit stories, and then you go back and you're like, I swear it was in this article, but now it says something else. That's why I started downloading all articles as PDFs. And
I know, I love that you're commenting here too. Is like, I'm actually posting this as a screenshot in case it actually goes away.
Yeah.
Because, well, that's what they say. I've never personally heard the commentary from Becky where she supposedly says, like, they have our girls. I've looked for it for a long time. And I've never actually seen it, but a lot of people say they heard it, but it's gone. We also know, for instance, if you go on my Prezi, I had to go through what do you call it? Why can't I think of what it is? Where you go like the fucking Wayback Machine to find news articles on witnesses that were actually at the trail that day that have been removed, like David Riley's article. Like, why is his article gone that I have to go pull it from the Wayback Machine? It's just, there's really weird things. And a lot of people have said, like, I know I saw this article and it's gone. We also know that the non-secular from Robert Ives, that was removed. He did make a statement after that saying that he does not believe that those were the words that he used. And so that's why it was removed. So I
don't believe it.
I don't know if I believe any fucking thing, especially when you have a reporter that's coming out and saying they asked us to remove it, so we did. How many other news stations or reporters did they go and say, hey, please remove this because we don't want it out there yet, or our sheriff is speaking without full knowledge?
That's a little scary. And also, don't they work
not piss off your fucking sheriff?
I thought they worked for the people.
They work for the state-run media. This is why you can't trust mainstream media, because they shouldn't have done that. They should have said, here's an addition to this article, is that we've been contacted and told this information. And so, but this was the comment that we were given, and so we're still going to maintain our quote, because that's what the quote was. And just update it. Why do they fucking delete shit or hide it? I can't stand it.
Yeah, like so-and-so reached out with comment about our recent article and said that the sheriff didn't have full knowledge. But like, okay, that's fine. But he definitely did say that. So no, we're not going to scrub it for you. Maybe he should have thought more carefully when he was speaking.
Right. Right. So with you, what else? There was something else I think I wanted to talk about when it came to this one, but I think I may have covered all the hair stuff. Humanimal says Abby was wearing a borrowed clothing, including a sweatshirt allegedly from a teenager's car. They'd have to test anyone that's worn that clothing.
Why are we?
So let me just say something real quick, because number one, they'd know if it was male or female. They could tell that from the DNA, so they wouldn't have to test everyone. This whole long hair thing, I'm not even sure where that's coming from. And Humanimal doesn't say that. Somebody else in chat had said that they were told it was a long hair. To say that it automatically becomes female isn't necessarily true. I have no idea where the red hair comes in and who the source behind that is. I will tell you that not long ago, probably maybe I'm going to say 6 to 8 weeks ago, I was told that there was a hair in Abby's hand and that it was female. I did not talk about it because there was nothing to substantiate that, and nobody had said anything about it at all. So it wasn't even social media conjecture or speculation at the time. I was like, okay, that's just interesting. Somebody thinks that, or whatever. And I didn't really pay it too much mind. But where I heard it from, nobody mentioned anything about red. So just putting that out there, I'd never heard red before, and I'd never heard long before.
Well, and I do just want to say, if it was long, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's got to be not male, because we know a particular male who happened to also be a third-party suspect, and his hair is probably longer than most women in this chat.
Right. Well, so, but I'm just saying also the fact that I get the point of this, like it's Kelsey's sweatshirt, and is there potentially somebody else's DNA that was on the sweatshirt? So I just wanted to kind of break it down that you don't have to test everybody that was in contact. You just have to test one. You have to test that one sex, either male or female. That you know that if the hair belongs to male or female, and then you have to go and narrow that down to who would have access to that vehicle, number one, and then and keep going that way. And you're talking Delphi, and you're talking the people that Kelsey would have been in contact with. You're not talking about a very huge population of folk to be tested.
You're talking about it being in her hand. Again, it was not just like laying on the sweatshirt or on top of her. It was in her hand.
Right. So, and then somebody else also mentioned something about the animal hair, and that if it was animal hair, they would refer to it as fur. In forensics, they don't ever refer to it as fur. So I just want to put that out there. Like everything I ever studied when it came to forensics, I never studied animal fur. It was always considered animal hair. I just want to say that for technical purposes. Yes, I know that most animals have fur. Not all do, though. I also want to put that out there. Some animals actually have hair, which is what makes them more the allergenic animal. They have hair versus fur, and that makes them not shed as much. So just another FYI. But just for technical purposes on the forensic side, I never studied animal fur. We always called it animal hair. So I just want to say that. I don't know if it's how it is anywhere else. I can only tell you in Southern California, in my forensics studies, we never called it fur. So just
while you're doing whatever you're doing next, I'm going to look at Ron Logan's search warrant, because I know she references the animal. Right. I think she says animal hair and other fibers or something, like animal hair and other fibers. So I'm going to look and see what that says.
Okay. So it definitely, it couldn't be Kelsey's. I think that's the big thing too, Stephen Curry, is that it can't be Kelsey's, because they would have at least a familial match on the hair, on the DNA to Libby. So even if they never, which Kelsey says they did take her DNA, but even if they didn't, and she was making that up for whatever reason, they have Libby's, so they would know if the person's hair belonged to anybody related to Abby or Libby. We also know that they spent $20,000 on genetic genealogy. Now, is that based on this hair? Once again, we don't know everything yet, so it's very possible, still very, very possible, that there might be other DNA that they tested and have answers to, and it not have to do with this hair. So we can't just assume that everything that we've heard ever about DNA comes from the hair, but as of right now, it's the only piece that we are aware of. So
all right, listen. So this actually says, during the processing of the crime scene, investigators located unknown fibers and unidentified hairs, which may later be used for comparison of similar fibers or hairs.
It says multiple hairs. It has an S.
It says hairs and it does not say animals. That's number 8.
Okay, I know when they're searching, they say something about what they want it to include, what they want the search warrant to include. I don't have it up in front of me, but I know us saying the word hair sounds weird now. I've said it too many times, and I hate when I do that because then I'm like, I don't even want to say this stupid word anymore. But doesn't she say like we're going to be like what we want to seize is XYZ, and it has to do with the hair? Doesn't it say animal? And this is all off of memory, so it could be wrong.
One of the other big things was they were saying that they were looking for that, like it was actually, let me scroll back to where I was because I guess I had not forgot, but it says, so we know about the trophies. And then it says, it also appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged. Based upon my training experience, it is common for perpetrators of this type of crime to take a souvenir or in some fashion memorialize the crime scene, whether by photos or electronic or digital methods that are then downloaded onto computers, storage devices, tablets, phones, iPads, devices, or other electronic devices that store digital data for later viewing, scanning, or copying. What do you think she was so I don't know. It seems like an odd thing to point out unless you specifically had reason to believe that there was some way that it was memorialized.
Let me see if I can.
It says, this must be what you're talking about. It said, any and all evidence pertaining to a murder, including clothing, forensic evidence, blood, seen and unseen, hair, bodily fluids, seen and unseen, fibers, weapons, including guns and cutting instruments, electronic devices used to produce the cellular signals detected by law enforcement in the area of the crime scene, animal hair samples.
Animal hair samples.
So if she's saying hairs were found to keep for later identification, then maybe there is animal hairs, but there's also this hair in her hand that is human.
Yeah. We could be looking at multiple pieces of evidence that don't have a match, and that's going to be even scarier.
The fiber, too. Because so the fiber could be from the rope, fiber could be from somebody else's clothes.
This is it. To be able to show it to him. Yeah, I think this is the right one, right? Yeah, here it is. I just wanted to be able to show them what we were reading.
Yeah.
Right here. Oh, I'll make it bigger.
11 pages.
Oh, mine's 17.
Oh.
But it's weirdly scanned in, so I don't know why, but that's just what I have. And then I just was showing the screenshot from Becky Patty, where it says, we have never been told how much or what kind of DNA was recovered. We have personally talked to CC. We've also talked to LE about her. We were told that at this time, they have someone similar to her working on it.
Well, apparently they did get a genetic. I just saw somebody say, Kelt said, so why doesn't Nikki hire a genetic genealogist and get this over with? And
they did.
Yeah, they said ISP supposedly spent 20 grand on them. And Becky's here saying they talked
on one side or the other is going to talk to this genetic genealogist. I mean, they're not, genetic genealogy isn't used in the courtroom because there's a whole bunch of things that have to happen with the Supreme Courts and things like that to get this type of evidence to actually be used in trial. But nobody's talked about it throughout any of the pretrial anythings. Where is it? What happened to it? What happened to the results? What happened to it?
Well, maybe it was like they said in Kohberger, and maybe there just isn't any. Because that's really what they're saying with Kohberger is like, we don't have anything about, we don't have any notes about the tree that we built. We don't have any kind of anything.
So that's because it's the FBI. The FBI did it, and the FBI doesn't want to give
Oh,
up the
true.
info.
But ISP paid these people, so.
Oh, did they, or was it the FBI who did it? Again,
Well, it was like adding up ISP's expenses, and
oh,
that was
yeah,
included.
it was. I would think that somebody's going to talk about it at some point, but they can't really do it in the trial, so I don't know. I don't know. What are the results? I want to know the results. Was it completely inconclusive? They could not find anything? That just doesn't add up to me.
I heard a clip of Holman saying today, not today he was saying it, but today I saw the clip, and he was saying that they have basically like a bunch of DNA, but that they were working on trying to figure out who all's DNA was at the scene. So I'm just saying, it's not going to be great if there's like a bunch of DNA. Maybe the unusable stuff is one thing, but if there's like usable DNA that actually matches the folks that ain't Richard Allen, that's going to be not great.
Right. Well, and one of the things we've always talked about when it comes to the DNA too is like where the DNA was from. Because like, and I throw out the example that we'd always heard like there was this empty Gatorade bottle that was there. So I'm like, okay, did they take DNA from that? And obviously, like, how do they attach this empty Gatorade bottle to the crime itself? You know what I mean? Like, there's a multiple
versus
stages.
Just littering.
Yeah, versus just somebody who just threw their shit out there or it washed up from because it is a flood zone. Like, you know what I mean? So like I was thinking, okay, like, is that why they're obviously every crime scene every place has DNA. DNA is everywhere. So to say like automatically like the DNA has to belong to the perpetrator isn't true, but where the DNA is found and what
Correct.
it is a very big deal.
That's how I feel about Koberger. Like I get that they did this genetic genealogy, and I get that like he matched to the button snap of this sheath, but like there was also the unknown male DNAs, and it hadn't been said like where exactly it was. And I'm like, okay, so like these are college kids, they had boyfriends. It could be, from them, but it really would just depend on where in proximity the DNA is, and also what type of DNA it is. For instance, if it is a male's blood in the room close to them, I'm having a hard time figuring out how you would then say it was not related. If it was another thing of touch DNA and it was also on the sheath, I'm also trying to figure out how that would not be related. So in terms of where they were outside, I think anything like on in near the bodies, like on their clothes or bodies, hands, fingernails, that kind of stuff, even possibly the sticks that were on them because somebody had to touch them, would be important to me. But something that was 50 feet away, like you said, a bottle or a cigarette butt or something, right, that could be from anything.
So like how much of their evidence is actually from like the girls like physical
themselves?
It's like nothing's saying like they had heard before that it was like because Libby had fought and there was DNA under her fingernails, like skin cell. And I'm thinking like there's no way they would go there. I cannot imagine that Nick would take this to trial if there's still unknown DNA under the fingernails of one of the victims. Take this to trial with the stance that Richard Allen acted alone.
Who knows? I sit here and I think about this hair in Abby's hand, and I think that's like way more damning than, no matter whose it is. I think that would be a way more damning piece of evidence than happening to catch some guy walking on the bridge behind them and say that he had something to do with it. And essentially, and somebody was talking about this yesterday, like the FBI agent basically said that the reason that they thought that the bridge guy had something to do with it was because nobody came forward and said they were the bridge guy. So if that's the only reason that you think that person had something to do with it, that's pretty scary. And they mentioned nothing about the gun. So like, I truly do wonder if that story warped into hearing them say gun or hearing a gun. Because
we still don't know the actual fact behind that. And there's also been the rumor of that's how the girls took off their clothes, is because in this audio you can potentially hear that that's what is said. is like undress or take your clothes off or something along
Dude,
those lines.
could you imagine if they were like, okay, we think that Bridge guy had something to do with it because he didn't say that he was there that day. Nobody came forward and said that they were there. And that's the reason we think that they're part of this crime. And then find out like, okay, we're saying that Bridge guy is this Richard Allen, but he did come forward. So the whole reason we thought he was involved this entire time was moot because he
But
actually did
saying
tell
that we could have interviewed you at the beginning of this. We think we have talked to you. Kelt says after all this, I'd never come forward. Like, I don't
Hell
disagree.
no.
I don't even know what I would do at this point.
I want to say not without a lawyer, but I don't even know that I would do it with the lawyer too. I'd be freaking the fuck out. No crimes better happen near me. I'm just not going to go anywhere.
All right. So are you on a device where you can share your screen or no?
No.
Okay. You won't be able to control the scrolling of this then. I'm gonna
Of
hop
this or the Lutrell thing?
The Lutrell thing, which I have up here. No, I don't have that up here yet.
Do you guys have to see it? Can we give them a link?
Yeah. This is it right here.
Which one are you going to look at? Because the one I have is the order. Oh, I don't have. What is this?
No, this is different. This is the IPA stuff. This is I have that because we're gonna talk about that when I get back. But let me grab I'll just put it up here and then I'll put the link in.
I can put the link in the chat. I should be able to drop it from here, I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'll just put it up on the screen for the general purposes so people know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And then if anybody wants to read along with Sleuthy, so just anybody who wasn't here at the beginning, just FYI, Sleuthy is taking over the channel and she is going to run all the stuff about Lutrell through you guys and talk to you guys about it and what happened with that situation and why it's important or why people should be talking about it since they seem to want to talk about Click so much. But so I won't be able to scroll it because I'm going to go take Kaylee to gymnastics and then I will be back and we'll go through whatever she hasn't. And then, but Sleuthy's got the channel. So just an FYI.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything. I'm just going to yap. But I did put the link in there. Hopefully you can click it.
It's a Sleuthy high tech. Here, let me go into my, let me go to the live chat and I'm going to pin that.
Okay.
So
good idea.
Anybody who wants to read along or wants it just for themselves anyway, that opinion and order are pinned at the top of the chat. And then I'm going to listen. I'll listen in while I'm driving.
Okay. That's.
I'm leaving StreamYard, so you're on your own here. But
okay. I hope nothing happens.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine. I trust you with everything. So.
Okay. I mean, I can't do anything. I can't click on anything, so we should be okay.
Yeah. So like she can't click on your comments or anything, but she'll still see you. All right. I'll be back as soon as I possibly can.
Okay. Be careful.
Thank you.
All right. So, Lutrell. I don't know who all knows, but I pulled up. What is the noises? What is happening? Oh my God. Am I still here? Am I still here? No one's saying if I'm still here or not. Okay, I am. Okay. All right, so she can't pull this up, obviously. But there was the federal thing came out, but apart from that, I had pulled up hold on, let me get it pulled back up. Lutrell. So this is a little interesting just for a backstory. So there was a announcement, and this was in 2019. Trying to get the exact date, but January 14th of 2019. And anyway, it was basically just an announcement that Lutrell says former prosecutor touts 35 years as trial experience, new hire to supervise DCS litigation division. So in 2019, Lutrell became basically the main guy at DCS for their litigation division. All right, I'm back. Hopefully you didn't lose me. So there's a side note. Now let's go to this federal lawsuit thing. And it is, she's gone with us. So it's a lawsuit, and there's many lawsuits like that. It started way back in like 2015. And essentially, I'll read it to you, but Lutrell was a prosecutor. He hired like a company to do an investigation. He worked with, obviously, investigators to investigate this doctor. And they ended up arresting him. Some of it is going to be in the thing that we'll read. They ended up investigating him and arresting him for like all these things, like really bad things and money laundering and this and that. Not money laundering, but you'll hear in a second. I was taking my... What do you want? I got a message from my kid's teacher today that he decided to cut his hair in class. So he came home and we had to shave his head. Okay. So this here is, so there were motions for summary judgments by the defendants. And the defendants here are Lutrell and a bunch of other people, a law firm, the United States, investigators. There's 2 investigators, maybe 3 investigators. And the plaintiff is this doctor. He was a family practice physician. It says, in July of 2012, plaintiff Dale W. Economan, a family practice physician, opened and began operating his solo medical practice, Plaintiff Economan and Associates Family Medicine. Within 8 months of this practice opening, the Indiana Attorney General's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit received a consumer complaint from a patient's mother. I shaved my eyebrows, so I can't really say anything. While my mother was in the hospital giving birth to my brother. Around the time the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit received that complaint, Defendant Cockrell received reports from a printing company that Plaintiff Economan was ordering large numbers of prescription pads for controlled substances. Defendant Cockrell was a Kokomo Police Department supervisor on the Drug Task Force and simultaneously a federally deputized Department of Justice drug enforcement agent officer. After learning her colleagues made undercover buys of controlled substances from Plaintiff Economan's patients, she and Defendant Wysand, a longtime DEA officer, interviewed the printing company who reported the large orders of prescription pads for controlled substances. Defendants Cockrell and Wysand also interviewed pharmacies who reported concerns about plaintiff's prescribing habits. After these interviews occurred, defendants Wysand and Cockrell formally initiated an investigation into plaintiffs in February of 2014. The formal investigation into plaintiffs uncovered evidence, according to the allegations in Defendant Wysand's affidavit, that plaintiffs patients had, number 1, died of drug overdoses, and 2, sold the drugs prescribed to other drug-seeking individuals. Plaintiffs dispute the truth of the information contained in Defendant Wysand's affidavit. So now we're on the section to the search warrant. It says defendant Wiseand's probable cause affidavit was presented to a Grant County judge on July 24th, 2015 for a search warrant on plaintiff Economan's home, car, person, and medical practice. The search warrant was granted and on July 29th, 2015, executed by the Attorney General's Office, DEA, Kokomo Police Department, and the Joint Effort Against Narcotics team. That's the GENE team. GENE, like dungarees, which is comprised of officers from the Marion Police Department and the Grant County Sheriff's Office and members of the Grant County Prosecutor's Office. So anytime we talk about the Grant County Prosecutor, the Grant County Prosecutor's Office, we're talking about Lutrell. So Lutrell is the one who went and got this search warrant from a judge with the affidavits written by defendant Wiseand and I believe another one. On the same day that the search warrant was executed, defendant Garrison Law Firm filed a civil forfeiture complaint on behalf of the elected prosecutor of Grant County, Indiana, defendant Lutrell. Defendant Garrison Law Firm was retained by defendant Lutrell to prosecute civil racketeering and forfeiture cases on behalf of the state on an ongoing basis. In return for the prosecution of forfeiture actions on behalf of defendant Lutrell and the county, defendant Garrison Law Firm was to receive 15 to 30% of the funds seized. Included in the contract was a clause empowering the law firm to determine whether to enter a settlement agreement or proceed to trial on any of the civil forfeiture matters they were handling without consulting defendant Lutrell. The docket for the civil forfeiture proceeding can be found, blah, 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 where it's telling you where you can find it. The civil forfeiture complaint filed by defendant Garrison Law Firm accused plaintiffs of racketeering, money laundering, Medicaid fraud, and drug dealing, among other criminal offenses. Defendant Wiseand's probable cause affidavit was included with the civil forfeiture complaint, as was defendant Cockrell's affidavit, which defendant Garrison Law Firm drafted and defendant Cockrell signed. The truth of both documents is disputed by plaintiffs, but these documents were the basis of the Grant County judge's decision to issue the order granting the seizure of the plaintiff's assets. According to the plaintiff's complaint, more than $1 million of property was seized and would remain seized for 3 years. A month later, on August 26, 2015, defendant Krug sought an emergency suspension of plaintiff Economan's medical license in front of the Indiana Medical Licensing Board. Defendant Wiseand testified under oath that he spoke with plaintiff's former employees, pharmacists, local law enforcement, and family members of former patients. These interviews yielded allegations that plaintiffs were an easy source to obtain controlled substances from, and that plaintiffs were prescribing to people who were addicted to and overdosing on controlled substances. 10 times 1 is what? 10. 10 plus 1 is 11. Defendant Wiseand also alleged that plaintiff Economan was ordering. Yeah, I know math. Was ordering far more prescription pads than his colleagues and was also prescribing 4 to 5 times more controlled substances than any other family practitioner in the state of Indiana. So these are the allegations made against this man.
I'm on this Lego app.
I see. Plaintiff Economan's medical license was suspended effective August 27th, 2015. The criminal case against plaintiff was filed on September 13th, 2016. Plaintiff Economan was charged with 7 counts of dealing narcotics, 1 count of corrupt business influence, and 1 count of possession of marijuana. Defendant Wiseand's and defendant Cockrell's. Okay. Affidavits were filed as support for the charges. 3 years later, on January 15th, 2019, plaintiff Economan pled guilty to possession of marijuana and had the other charges discharged. As part of his plea agreement, he was required to retire his medical license. On February 1st, 2019, the civil forfeiture case was dismissed against plaintiffs and the seized assets began to be returned. Plaintiffs filed civil suit against defendants Lutrell, Krug, Wysand, Cockrell, Garrison Law Firm, and the United States on January 21st, 2020. Plaintiffs alleged defendants acted in concert to prosecute plaintiffs and deprived them of their constitutional rights, and that by doing so, they themselves violated state and federal laws and constitution. So summary judgment is warranted when the movement shows that there is no genuine dispute as to any material fact. A court must deny a summary judgment motion when the non-moving party presents admissible evidence that creates a genuine issue of material fact. The court has one task and one task only: to decide, based on the evidence of record, whether there is any material dispute of fact that requires a trial. In reviewing a summary judgment motion, the court views the record and all reasonable inferences in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. Taking the facts in the light most favorable to the non-moving party does not mean that the facts must come only from the non-moving party. Rather, the facts taken in the light most favorable to the non-moving party may come from the party moving for summary judgment or from other sources like affidavits, video evidence, and deposition testimony. So here's the discussion. Plaintiffs allege that defendants Lutrell, Krug, Wysand, Cockrell, the USA, and Garrison Law Firm abused the legal process with the medical licensing board proceeding, the civil forfeiture proceeding, and the criminal proceeding against plaintiffs. The elements of an abuse of process claim are, number one, an ulterior purpose or motives, and number two, a willful use of process not proper in the regular conduct of the proceedings. Indiana courts have identified the gravamen of abuse of process as not the wrongfulness of the prosecution, but some extortionate perversion of lawfully initiated process to illegitimate ends. A party must first establish that the defendant employed improper process before the court determines the defendant's motivation. A party's intent is irrelevant where his acts are procedurally and substantively proper under the circumstances. Relevant here, a cause of action for abuse of process under Indiana law accrues when the complained of act is committed and the applicable limitations period is 2 years. Plaintiff filed their abuse of process claims on January 18, 2020. This means their claims must have accrued no later than January 18, 2019 to be timely. The medical licensing board proceedings occurred on August 17, 2015, making the abuse of process claim relating to those proceedings time barred. So the only reason they couldn't, win against this abuse of process claim is because the time had ran out. The criminal case against plaintiff was filed on September 13th, 2016, making those abuse of process claims untimely as well. Plaintiff's abuse of process claims relating to the civil forfeiture proceedings are also untimely. So basically, like, all of this is just that it was not filed soon enough. These proceedings occurred on July 29th, 2015. Plaintiffs, however, argue that the doctrine of continuing wrong applies here. It does not. The doctrine of continuing wrong applies when an entire course of conduct combines to produce an injury and results in the statutory limitations period not beginning until the end of the continuing wrongful act. So basically, they just tried to say that these things, this abusive process continues. And so technically, since it still continues, they didn't run out of the statute of limitations. But really, they're saying that the federal judge is saying that's not true, that it's not ongoing. Indiana courts have found the doctrine of continuing wrong to be appropriately applied in two different scenarios. The first includes cases in which the original violation occurred outside the statute of limitations, but is closely related to other violations that are not time barred. In such cases, recovery may be had for all violations on the theory that they are part of one continuing violation. The second type of continuing violation is one in which an initial violation outside the statute of limitations is repeated later. In this case, each violation begins the limitation period anew, and recovery may be had for at least those violations that occurred within the period of limitations. The doctrine of continuing wrong does not prevent the statute of limitations from beginning to run when the plaintiff learns of facts that should lead to the discovery of his cause of action, even if the relationship with the tortfeasor continues beyond that point. The doctrine of continuing wrong does not apply here. First, there was only one forfeiture order, an event where plaintiff's assets, including financial accounts, a vehicle, and other property, were seized on July 29th, 2015. There are no additional forfeiture events that would tie this original violation to a later date, such that the statute of limitations could be told or inapplicable. Plaintiff even agreed that he was aware his assets had been seized on July 29th, 2015. Plaintiff waited more than 2 years to bring suit. As a result, his abuse of process claims for the civil forfeiture proceeding is time barred. So they basically just say that the defendants, who is Lutrell and the investigators, yada yada, the law firm, they requested a summary judgment for the abuse of process claims, and because they had been outside of the statute of limitations, this federal judge granted that. So they're off the hook for that. Plaintiffs allege defendants Lutrell, Krug, Wysand, Cockrell, and the USA and Garrison law firm maliciously prosecuted them when their assets were seized pursuant to the civil forfeiture proceedings. Forfeiture actions have characteristics of both civil and criminal actions. However, a forfeiture is civil in nature. Civil forfeitures authorize legal action against inanimate objects for participation in alleged criminal activity, regardless of whether the property's owner is proven guilty of a criminal offense or even charged with one. A conviction on the underlying criminal activity is not a prerequisite for forfeiture, and instead, the state need only show that facts supporting forfeiture exist by a preponderance of the evidence. Here, plaintiff's property was seized under the Indiana Civil Forfeiture Statute, which states the prosecuting attorney in a county in which the violation occurs may bring an action under the section to enjoin a violation of corrupt business influence. An action under this section may be brought in any circuit or superior court in a county in which the violation occurs. If the court finds by a preponderance of the evidence that a violation has occurred, the court may blah, 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 blah. So then they say, plaintiff's claim is more appropriately analyzed by a claim alleging the wrongful use of civil proceedings, not malicious prosecution, because malicious prosecution refers to the wrongful prosecution of a criminal action. To succeed on a claim for the wrongful use of civil proceedings, a plaintiff must show, number one, the defendant instituted or caused to be instituted an action against the plaintiff. Number two, defendant acted maliciously in doing so. Number three, the defendant had no probable cause to institute the action. And number four, the original action was terminated in the plaintiff's favor. Here, defendants Lutrell and the Garrison law firm filed the proceedings in court, and defendants Wysand, Cockrell, and Krug investigated plaintiffs and drafted the affidavits used in the proceedings. This satisfies the first element requiring the defendant instituted the civil forfeiture proceeding. And because defendants Wysand and Cockrell's probable cause affidavits were used in support of the forfeiture complaint, the United States has conceded it did in fact have a role in instituting the proceedings. Plaintiffs also easily satisfy the fourth element because the civil forfeiture proceedings against plaintiffs were dismissed with prejudice on February 1st, 2019. This leaves only two elements for plaintiffs to show: that defendants acted maliciously and that defendants lacked probable cause in instituting civil forfeiture proceedings against plaintiffs. I want to skip some. It basically just says what's required to, like, malice may be inferred from a total lack of probable cause necessary to bring suit. To determine if defendants had a preponderance of evidence that plaintiff committed the statutory offense of corrupt business influence, the court will now turn to defendant's complaint for civil forfeiture, which was written and filed by Garrison Law Firm. The civil forfeiture complaint alleged that plaintiff Economan constructed and operated a corrupt business enterprise through a pattern of racketeering, committed the offenses of corrupt business influence, Medicaid fraud, and money laundering, and violated IC 354521, and that defendants Wisan and Cockrell's affidavits attached to the complaint contained, quote, detailed proof of this. Again, plaintiffs allege both affidavits contain lies and untruthful information. Beginning with defendant Wisan's affidavit, his was written with defendant Krug's assistance and reviewed by defendant Lutrell. So this is a affidavit that was brought to Lutrell, the prosecuting attorney, and he said, okay, yeah, this looks good. The evidence in it looks good. In his deposition, defendant Wisan admitted he had no evidence, let alone probable cause, that plaintiffs committed the criminal offense of corrupt business influence, despite the allegations and conclusory statements in his affidavit. Defendant Wisan also admitted he had absolutely no evidence that plaintiff committed Medicaid fraud when he swore and affirmed to the same. Finally, defendant Wisan admitted he had no evidence that plaintiff Economan was involved in money laundering. Defendant Wisan also included inspect data in his affidavit, despite his and defendant Cockrell's joint knowledge that inspect data was not permissibly used as evidence. Defendant Cockrell's affidavit fares no better. Although her affidavit was prepared by defendant Garrison Law Firm, which is who Lutrell hired, defendant Cockrell still signed it, affirming the truthfulness of its contents. Her affidavit is focused entirely on the bank accounts that allegedly contained proceeds from plaintiff's criminal enterprise. However, defendant Cockrell has too since admitted her affidavit was inaccurate in stating she had good cause to believe that the accounts seized from plaintiff contained significant funds from a criminal enterprise. Of the eight accounts seized from plaintiff, defendant Cockrell admittedly had good cause to believe that at most 2 of the accounts contained significant proceeds of a criminal enterprise. The evidence demonstrates that defendants did not have probable cause, let alone a preponderance of evidence, that plaintiffs committed the offense of corrupt business influence or any other crime which would make a civil forfeiture proceeding appropriate. Because defendants lacked probable cause when instituting the civil forfeiture proceedings, and because malice can be inferred from a total lack of probable cause to bring suit, plaintiffs have satisfied both remaining elements of their wrongful use of civil proceedings claim. Defendant Lutrell, Krug's, Wisan's, Cockrell's, the USA, Garrison Law Firm, respective summary judgment motions on the wrongful use of civil proceedings claims are all denied and instead are granted in favor of plaintiffs. So that means the judge sided with not Lutrell. Plaintiff's cross motion for partial summary judgment against defendant Tonda Cockrell for malicious prosecution, the wrongful use of civil proceedings claim is granted, which is duplicative of the relief granted above. So then they get into this 1983 claims and state actors and like who's working for the state. And it says 42 USC section 1983 provides a vehicle to sue those who abuse state authority in a way that violates federal law. An action under section 1983 requires a showing that the plaintiff was deprived of a right secured by the Constitution or federal law, and the plaintiff bears the burden of proof on the constitutional deprivation that underlies the claim. The statute does not provide a remedy for abuses that do not violate federal law, nor does it create substantive rights. Section 1983 addresses only state action. The statute expressly includes a requirement that the defendant act under color of law. To qualify as under color of law, an action must be fairly attributable to the state. What is fairly attributable to the state is a matter of normative judgment, and the criteria lack rigid simplicity. They're so wordy. And courts may consider any relevant factual matter. If there is such a close nexus between the state and the challenged action that seemingly private behavior reasonably may be treated as that of the state itself, then the actor will be found to have been acting under color of state law. Defendant Lutrell, as the former Grant as the former Grant County prosecutor employed by the state of Indiana and carrying out official duties on the state's behalf, is a state actor. Defendant Krug, the former deputy director of the Medicaid Fraud and Control Unit of the Office of the Indiana Attorney General, similarly employed by the state of Indiana and carrying out official duties on the state's behalf, is also a state actor. Because defendants Lutrell and Krug are both state actors, both may be liable for plaintiff's Section 1983 claims. So they get into talk. So the first one that they get into talking about is the law firm. And basically they conclude that the law firm is a state actor. And was acting under color of law because he was hired by the prosecutor, who is a state actor. I mean, he works for the state. And the prosecutor was Lutrell. Do repeat some of this stuff. Maybe I should read this. Yeah, defendant Garrison Law Firm was a state actor and may be liable under Section 1983. So then they talk about establishing a conspiracy under Section 1983. The plaintiff must show, number one, that there was an express or implied agreement among defendants to deprive plaintiff of constitutional rights. And two, that there were actual deprivations of those rights in the form of overt acts in furtherance of the agreement. Because conspiracies are often carried out clandestinely and direct evidence is rarely available, plaintiff may use circumstantial evidence, but such evidence cannot be speculative. You've been recording stuff? Oh, cool.
Can't really see it because my body's in the way.
No, I can see it though. That's cool. Cool beans. You're so talented. Summary judgment should not be granted if there is evidence from which a reasonable jury could infer the existence of a conspiracy. Defendant Wiseman began meeting with representatives from the Grant County Prosecutor's Office about the case involving plaintiffs in early 2015. During at least one of these meetings, Defendant Krug and Defendant Wiseman discussed the contents of a probable cause affidavit, and at another point, Defendant Krug left line-by-line edits and feedback in his affidavit. In fact, at the July of 2015 meeting, Defendant Wiseman offered his affidavit up for comments, asserting, "I gave you guys a copy of that affidavit. If you kind of go through it and think I need to add something in there as far as to help you guys." Defendant Wiseman's probable cause affidavit was also reviewed by Defendant Lutrell.
Look at that. That's a cool
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's just like black.
Defendant Wiseman has since admitted he had no evidence or probable cause that plaintiffs committed the criminal offenses of corrupt business influence, Medicaid fraud, or money laundering, despite the allegations and conclusory statements in his affidavit. Defendant Cockrell also began meeting with defendant Wizan and the Grant County Prosecutor's Office in early 2015. Her affidavit was prepared by defendant Garrison Law Firm, but she still affirmed the truthfulness of the information by signing it under oath. Defendant Cockrell reported that defendant Garrison Law Firm employee Josh Taylor brought the affidavit to the execution of the search warrant at the doctor's practice, and that she spent a few minutes speaking with that employee and reading the affidavit before signing it. Defendant Cockrell has since admitted it was inaccurate to state she had good cause to believe that each of the accounts seized from plaintiff contained significant funds from a criminal enterprise. Because the defendants met several times to discuss the case against plaintiffs, and because they jointly wrote the untruthful affidavits which were provided to the Grant County judge in support of defendants' request that plaintiffs' assets be seized, it was brought to the judge by Lutrell. There is sufficient evidence of a conspiracy between defendants Lutrell, Krug, Garrison Law Firm, Wizand, and Cockrell. Defendants Lutrell, Krug, and Garrison Law Firm, who have all been found to be state actors, may be liable for plaintiffs' Section 1983 claims because they were acting under color of state law. So then there was a claim that Lutrell, okay, so they said there's a Fourth Amendment violation claim. It says plaintiffs alleged that defendants Wizand and Cockrell's affidavits, which defendant Krug, Lutrell, and Garrison Law Firm helped to prepare, were devoid of any real probable cause, contained untruthful information, and omitted material facts. I hope you hear him singing. Louder, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Sing louder. Oh, did I embarrass you? The Fourth Amendment requires that absent certain exceptions, police obtain a warrant from a neutral and disinterested magistrate before commencing a search or seizure. No warrant shall issue unless there is probable cause, as typically set forth in a warrant affidavit. Probable cause is established when, considering the totality of the circumstances, the issuing judge can make a practical.
I can hear him.
Oh my God, freaking sweet.
I love his little voice.
I tried to get him to do it louder, but then I embarrassed the shit out of him. His whole face turned red. But this is when they really dig into Lutrell. They said, so basically, they're talking about this affidavit and the fact that these two people that wrote the affidavits admitted under oath in their depositions that they did not have probable cause. It means that the search and seizure was a violation of his Fourth Amendment right. There's so much of this is just repeating the same thing. So essentially, this federal judge, plaintiff's motion for summary judgment on the Fourth Amendment claims is granted. I'm not giving you my phone number. What do you need my phone number for? What are you trying to log into?
Right now. Give him your phone number while you're live on a panel. Do it.
He's trying to get into stuff specifically for grown-ups where it like makes it's not. It probably wants my birth year. Try 1989.
Now she's just doxing her birthday out here for everybody.
Did it work?
Okay, HTC is hidden true crime. How did I not pick up on that?
It won't let me type in 9. You only type in 3 numbers.
Oh, 3 numbers? Oh, I have no idea. Sorry. It says defendant Lutrell, Krug, and Wysand are liable under Section 1983 for violating plaintiff's Fourth Amendment rights by drafting, reviewing, and ultimately submitting an affidavit to a court which they knew did not have evidence to support. I want to say you got back quicker than I thought you would, but like I also feel like I've been reading for 7,000 years.
So essentially, like for the Lutrell situation, then Lutrell was part of a group of people who essentially went and destroyed this doctor's office, right? Like they just took everything that they had and said, you're a pill mill, and we're gonna take everything that you own. So in his losing of that part, he loses his practice and everything that he owns, correct? It goes to the state.
Yes, and you also have to remember that part of the contract was that they would get a certain percentage of what was seized. And it was, let me see. I mean, it was to the tune of like at least $1 million. I'm trying to find the exact one, but so this
so then the doctor comes back and says, that's bullshit, and I want my stuff back. You guys lied, and I could prove you lied. The court says, too bad, you took too long to fight this. And so then they go to the appellate court and say, hey, and they say, no, that obviously it's not past the time based on certain criteria that the U.S. government, blah, 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 partaking in this situation. And now, as of September of 2024, they come back and say that he had a right to fight this case. Am I understanding the gist of it correctly?
Yeah, basically. And he went, so where he just was, and that was just signed on September 30th of this year, so just a couple weeks ago, and won most of them except for the two or whatever that were outside of the statute of limitations.
Okay, but they're saying that now that he can sue them.
Absolutely.
Or are they saying they are actually, or is the ruling saying that these crew of people, including Lutrell, are actually culpable in destroying this man's life?
If Travis is in the chat while I put him in his bed, I don't want to give wrong information, but I do want to say yes, that they are saying that they are liable for those things. Come on, bud.
But because this is all civil, then there's no criminal, so that means that he's not going to be disbarred?
I don't know. Like, I often wonder in situations like this, like, who is the one that then decides if criminal charges need to be pressed?
The DA.
But that'd be hard. Like, so it's like, okay, so if the DA is friends with Lutrell, like is he going to do that, and who would force him to? Nobody. I mean, they stripped this man's immunity because of what he did so that he could be sued.
All right. Yeah. I'm very curious about what they can and can't do at this point now, and how this guy can even sit on this
anything.
On anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know enough of the legal side of it to have an opinion either. So I don't want to say the wrong thing. But I think it's some people should be talking about it.
Oh, 100%.
We have a prosecutor who is now found to be essentially falsifying evidence or information in order to get the state money.
And when you look at it in the oh, there you are, you goober, get in this bed. When you look at it in the lens of like the Franks memorandums, all of them, the allegations they're really not that far off. And I have always maintained that I think that the reason Nick freaked out a little bit when that Franks memo came through was because I think he has a lot more to do with the writing of that affidavit rather than just submitting it. Like in this, Lutrell signed off on the he was like, okay, this affidavit is good. Let's go get these warrants and stuff. But he also was helping them put it together. And I would be willing to bet that Nick was also helping to put together Richard Allen's affidavits.
Wait, you want a sticker?
And so a potential Frank's hearing where all of that information would come out would also, it'd be reasonable. No, it would be reasonable to think that some of the evidence would show that something similar to what we are reading right now with Lutrell maybe happened.
Tomorrow you could probably send me to the school with some like bags for the box thing for the pumpkin drop.
Can you lay down, please? Yeah, I'll send you to school with bags.
Sticker.
Thank you. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how anybody could look at all this and not think that maybe the accusations made in the Frank stuff maybe was not so far out there, seeing as how it's not just any prosecutor that this federal thing is about. It's about one of the ones prosecuting Richard Allen.
Yeah.
And he was the lead attorney or whatever for DCS. And like all of a sudden he pops up one day on this case when the mayor was supposed to really be the second chair. And so now we got this.
Well, they knew that Shane Evans wouldn't be able to, because they were getting rid of Diener, and they knew they needed to get him into the judge and to be the judge. So that was a play on that. I'd be surprised if many really think that Shane Evans just became the judge because he's so qualified to do so.
I don't see how he's qualified at all, but
he's not. He's not qualified. But I think that they knew that they couldn't bring Shane Evans wasn't going to have the ability to play a role in the actual trial. So bringing in Lutrell was actually supposed to be like the special prosecutor coming in to support Nick, somebody who's tried murder cases and so on and so forth. But there's just so much to this that I think I almost feel like we're going to have to do like a whole nother live on actually getting like some more facts about this information on the actual case, because there's a tie-in with the DCFS. Then and at the same time we have somebody from DCFS all of a sudden out of the blue decides to start investigating Todd Click. I mean, there's a lot of relationship things that are happening here. I can't put my finger on it exactly and say like this is of course what's happening, but I mean there's some fishy shit. This is the timing of all of this is really fucking weird. So okay, you go put your little man to bed. You can stay up here. You put him to bed. Come back. I'm gonna go through like the motions and the limine and the orders that we got today, and then I want to talk about the IPA from Westville.
Also, I just want to say again that I missed you so much.
I can't thank you enough for coming up here and doing that for me, because that is like such a pain in the ass. Like the Lutrell stuff, it's like a side. You got all these little side things. So thank you for coming up and taking over the channel and handling that.
You're welcome. It's tentacles.
Tentacles. Yes, we definitely have to have tentacles. Okay, let me see. So I have not watched this hidden true crime live that is a topic in the chat right now. I have not watched it, so I do not have an opinion on it. Besides there's a lot of people commenting on that I trust in this chat. I'm very surprised that that's the approach that they took. This isn't even a case that they cover.
About who? I'm seeing like slanderous this and that. Like
they did a Delphi live and talked about Richard Allen. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet. Hidden True Crime, who they were huge in the Daybell, huge in Daybell Vallow. I thought they did a great job. I've always been a huge fan of that channel. So they don't cover Delphi. I don't know if this is just an uneducated coming in with not knowing how much fake shit has to do with Delphi and thinking that some of it is real, because somebody did mention in chat that there's an article about Richard Allen being with a domestic abuse from 2015 or something along those lines. I don't know. I have to go watch it and then before I can really have an opinion on it, but I'm not sure that they have I don't know if they have factual information to be making those types of commentary, which is tough when you have a platform that has, 2,000 people in your chat that's listening to you if you don't actually know what you're talking about. But I'll give them the courtesy because, like I said, I've always really enjoyed their channel, and I think that Dr. John is he's very intellectual. So I'm just not really sure where this is where they're getting their facts from. And like I told you guys before, like I absolutely respect like Andrea Burkhart and Lawyer Lee, two very good attorneys who also don't have all the history in the case, but they're trying. And so I respect that a lot. They're looking for information. They've reached out to people to say like, hey, where can we gather, where can we get this intel so we have a better idea of what's going on instead of just looking up mainstream media bullshit.
Oh,
so
let me say something because I saw people just in case they're listening. I don't know. Saw people writing hateful shit on Andrea's lives about her covering the case, and I just want to say that this entire time, just because she hasn't been talking about it publicly, doesn't mean that she hasn't been keeping up with it privately. Because like she has my Delphi spreadsheet, she reads all the shit that comes through. I mean, she's very well educated on it. And so of all the people going into it, like she's not one of these people that just like covers everything. Like she knows what she's talking about. She doesn't talk about it unless she knows. And of all the people that could have gone to the trial and provided notes, I'm really glad that it's Andrea.
Yeah, I think that
and she's a good person.
She's always been. I remember when she started her channel because she was just popping up on other LawTube stuff, and people were like, "No, you need your own damn channel." And I absolutely agree. And like I said, you can tell that she's reached out and asked for like, "Hey, how do I get this info?" Same with Lawyer Lee, who's like adamant, like, I didn't cover the whole thing the whole time, but they're doing it from a legal side too. And I always say that about Bob because people will talk about like, Bob doesn't know this or that. And I'm like, they don't know the social media side of the case, like us. Like we know a lot about the social media side as well as the legal side, but we're not lawyers. I don't mean it like that, but I just mean like they don't follow. They only look at it from the lawyer's perspective on what the filings say versus like what a Doug Rice who investigated on his own for 3 years. You know what I'm saying?
And even then, they're still going to know more than what the jury's going to know. Like all that really matters is what the jury's going to know.
Yeah, that's why that's where I'm at now. Like we're here, so let's just go with where we're at with what they're going to actually hear.
People often beg for like throughout an investigation, they'll be like, they need to give us information. They give us no information. And then like they get a bunch of information and nobody wants to believe it. They want to still talk about unverified shit. I don't understand.
Tell Andrea how to say McClelland's name. I agree with Ticking Time Bomb here. She calls him McClelland.
McClelland?
She calls him something funky, and I'm like, no, that's not it.
I don't even know what it is. Is it McClelland or McClelland? I call him McClelland.
It's McClelland. Yeah, you said it right.
Oh, okay. So then she must say McClelland.
That's just a funny side note.
Yeah,
people
I
are going to be like
winced.
Yeah, I don't know how she says it different, but a lot of people have for a long time. She also says Rossi.
Oh, I hate when people say that.
Rossi.
But like an Italian.
We all did it at the beginning, though. Remember when they came on the case? We were all like that. We were all like, "What is it, Rosie, Rossi?"
I know, and he looks like a Rossi, but like whatever, Rosie, whatever. I haven't. I need to hear it from his mouth that's how he says it, is Rosie.
McClelland, Mr. McClelland.
Yeah, McClelland's so much more twerpish than McClelland. McClelland, it fits him.
Yeah.
Oily McClelland.
It is coke dealer hair. I couldn't believe she said that. And then did you watch Lawyer? Peter? He's talking about his own coke dealer.
I felt bad. I was like, no. Not you. His is like super greasy.
Later. I thought it was hilarious though.
He was like, she specifically said that the like Rosie's hair is short and slicked back, but like McClelland's is coke dealer hair because it's long and so he like put his hands in his hair and I thought, oh no, not you.
Y'all are saying it wrong. It's Mr. McClelland. I don't think they're gonna call him that.
Andrea was like, all of my pens keep going dry. I was like, that's because all of the moisture in the entire room goes to McClelland's hair. So there's no hair left for everything else.
Into his hair. So, oh man, that's funny. All right, so let's we're talk about the state filed a couple motions yesterday that I thought are very interesting. Hypercosing, yeah, I'm still live. We're going through all the things from yesterday and all the things from today. So we're just hitting up everything we can. This is Sponge Nick. He soaks up all the air, all the moistures. Nick's.
Wait, Michael said something really good. Of course, now I can only scroll back like 5 comments, but like he said something really good about like if Lutrell was willing to do that stuff. Yeah, there it is. Yep.
I got you. Absolutely.
Yep. The question
Yeah.
I've been putting, if a person who knows someone is innocent is willing to do what Lutrell did, what would that person do thinking someone is guilty? That's such a great question.
It is a great question.
I think we already know my answer.
Poor Peter thinks his hair looks like Nick.
Not at all. Not in this century. Ugh. I feel like Peter smells like scrumptious men's hair products.
I think that he would definitely he would have a very manly smell to him. He wouldn't have like he wouldn't smell like fruit.
Like fruit. I have to know if Nick's hair is
If
just
anybody
oily.
doesn't know why we're talking about this, we had a whole big thing on like that. I picture people and I think of what they smell like. I don't know, but he does. I think that he would have like a really like chocolate axe. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, Peter would smell very good.
Yeah.
He constantly reminds me of like a fresh out of the shower, like soap, like manly soap smell. That's what I think it would smell like. Yeah, I agree. Nick, I think smells like old cigarettes.
Old cigarettes?
That's what I think he smells like.
Oh,
I don't even think he smokes, but that's like he wants to smell clean, but he smells like it's like stale, like an old ashtray. And he probably doesn't. He probably smells just fine. But I'm just telling you, like when I picture people, I think of what they smell like.
How dare you people?
You know, I think that's what Bob would smell like, Old Spice.
Oh my word. I gotta mute.
That's so bad. Smell is everything for women. It's such a turn on and a good smell. Most good men know this and use it to their advantage. Yes, because it is. It has every. But it's. This is going to sound terrible, and people are going to take this totally the wrong way. But I do it with women too. I picture what people smell like because I don't know. I try to like get like an overall picture of people, especially because like obviously most of my interactions in life with adults now are on social media. That I try to like sometimes even people in chat, like I think about what they would sound like, and then if they come on panel, I'm like, that's not what I fucking thought you sounded like at all. But I just to try to get a picture of what I think what it would be like to have a conversation with the person like sitting next to me. Peter smells like J. Crew and the beach. I don't think he smells like the beach at all.
Now you have to go to the trial so you can sniff McClellan. You can leave after that if you'd
just
like.
Walk straight up to him and just smell him.
Like, I had to know. I just had to know. Sorry.
Joel's gonna be like, "You're out of here. You're out of here."
It'd be worth it to know. It would be worth it to know the scent.
Yeah.
Gold is definitely mothballs.
Mm-hmm. I could see that. Mm-hmm.
Mothballs and Aquanet.
Tony wants to know what I smell like. I think. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it would be more of a. I have two. I think that I wear two different things. I have a summery scent and I have a wintry scent. So my summery scent is is very fruity, like dragon fruit and anything that's very fruity, strawberry-ish, anything that you can think of like that. But in the winter, I like to smell like vanilla, like warm vanilla. I don't know how this is what happens if we've been live for too long and then shit just goes sideways. Missy's Angel says just smells like cotton candy. I could actually see that.
Yeah, I like fruity, like sweet candy smells. But like for my house, like I like the smell of a man. Like
Oh,
I
do you
have
really?
this salted coconut and mahogany. The Better Homes and Gardens has like the wax melts and the candles for it, the wood candles. So my house, I like to smell. I don't like to smell sweet or fruity. I like it to smell like a clean, good smelling man.
See, I'm the same. I'm in the same with my like my Glade plugins. It's the summertime is all very fruity, and my candles are all very fruity. And then in the winter, everything, or fall, winter, everything turns like that. Like I just like the whole switcheroo of things. So like all my candles will become more like fall scents, and all my soaps get changed out. I mean, like it's a whole thing. Like I have a whole thing about every like, and then I like warm like cinnamon, oh, like apple pie. Oh, that's like those are like the things right now. So my whole house has been switched over because it's October. So everything is turning into more fall scents. I also changed my chapstick flavors. People are going to be like, that's fucking weird, but I do. I changed my chapstick flavors. So I have more fruity chapstick flavors like strawberry and cherry over the summer. And then during the winter, I use like a sugar cookie and a cake batter. I don't know. It's just we really need to get back on track here. I still have a bunch of shit to go over. At least no one said anybody smells like fish. Where's Big Fish? Big Fish isn't in chat, huh? Did I see the candle recall? No. As long as it's not Yankee, I should be good. Or Bath and Body. Change with the seasons. I'm a Virgo. I heard of bipolar, but biseasonal. I don't know if I'm biseasonal. Okay, here. So, motion and limine. Let's get off the smells. You guys all know I love the smell of a good book too. I buy books based on smell a lot of the times, and it's hard because I ordered some books lately online, and the books are like more paper versus like the smell of a good book, and I'm kind of bugged by it. But neither here nor there. State's motion and limine regarding the composite sketches. So Nick McClelland respectfully requests that the court enter an order prohibiting the admission or reference to the composite sketches prepared by any sketch artist for the investigation of the murders Abigail and Liberty, for the reason that a composite sketch is not relevant. Admission would result in undue prejudice, confuse or mislead the jury, or is impermissible hearsay, and the witnesses who participated in the preparation of the composite sketches will not be presented by the state for the purpose of in-court identification of the defendant. This is a big deal right here. It smells like bugs, lots of bugs.
I think it's a big deal in the sense of like, why are you trying to exclude like everything?
She's just pouring a drink, everybody. So I want to make sure that anybody who's listening in, it's just a drink being poured.
My Diet Dr. Pepper. I just told them I'm going to eat my egg roll. But I think it's the reason that it's important to me is like, what are you doing? Like, trial is about to happen, and it's like he wants to exclude literally everything that he does not want. Like he's scared. I don't know. It's like he's scared that the jury is going to hear anything other than what he's presenting to them, and like doesn't want them to hear it. And she's just like, yep, signed, granted.
All right. We don't need to have anything that the state ever did during their investigation come up.
Yeah, but, like really, like these sketches, like who cares?
So but here, this part right here, the witnesses who participated in the preparation of these composite sketches will not be presented by the state for the purpose of an in-court identification of the defendant. This was what I really took away from this whole thing, because we've said forever that the people who made these sketches are all based from their information, right? Whatever they think they saw. And then they said, oh yeah, what we think we saw matches that guy on Libby's video. But none of the witnesses can say that the person they saw is Richard Allen.
Right.
And he's telling us that right here. He's saying these people who made all these sketches are not going to be testifying and saying that man sitting over there in his purple shirt is the guy that I saw on February 13th at Monon High Bridge. There's nobody going to be pointing to Richard Allen and saying that is him. So take away the sketches themselves. I mean, you look at a lot of trials, we don't typically see, like, the sketch doesn't normally come in as evidence. But what it would come in as is if they did try to sit there and say, hey, Richard Allen is the guy. And then the defense can try to impeach them by saying, hey, this is who you described. You think the person you described actually matches the description of the person sitting there at that table?
Correct.
Not that they, not that they necessarily would, but they could. So he's trying to say, like, we don't want them to even be able to bring it up. But in prepping these witnesses, if he's going to put these eyewitnesses on the stand, he's going to prep them into saying things that only resemble somebody like Richard Allen.
Like, he's not going to want Betsy Blair to say the person she saw was like 20 years old.
Right. Let's see what these guys in chat are saying. All right, so the composite sketches prepared were intended as an investigative tool to generate leads to identify a suspect. And in fact, these sketches were not related to the identification of Richard Allen as a suspect. Therefore, the sketches would not be relevant under Indiana evidence rules. That the witnesses who assisted in the preparation of the composite sketches of the bridge guy would testify that they did not see the person depicted in their sketch for a sufficient length of time to allow them to positively identify the defendant. Therefore, again, under Indiana evidence rules, the composite sketches are not relevant evidence. Why would the eyewitness testimony be relevant at all then?
How can he say that if he knows that Betsy said that sketch was a 10 out of 10 for the person she saw?
Right. Why are we putting these people on the stand regardless? As the state, because he's saying that the state isn't going to be putting them up there to say these things. So he's trying to make it so the defense can't put them up there to say these things either.
Because like you said, he's going to have these eyewitnesses say that they saw someone that looked like Bridge Guy. And then he's going to use other things to try to say that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy.
Yep.
But they're not, like you said, they're not going to get up there and say, the person that I saw is that man, Richard Allen. Because otherwise, then they would have knew who he was.
But we've said for a long time too, like that means that these witnesses, these quote unquote eyewitnesses, never saw a lineup, never sat down and looked at a 6-pack, which is a photo lineup. None of them have ever identified Richard Allen as the perpetrator. So when people are like, well, he saw 3 girls and 3 girls saw him. No, Nick just told us right now that is not true. That these 3 girls did not see Richard Allen. They saw a guy.
And it was a group of 4 girls that saw this guy.
Right. So that if the court were to consider the composite sketches to be relevant, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice, confusing the issues and misleading the jury. And misleading the jury because we looked for at least 2 different guys. And we also put out a declaration stating that we identified the first guy and he was no longer a person of interest. Yeah, misleading the jury. We don't want the jury to hear any of that because it would totally mislead them. And therefore should be excluded under Indiana Evidence Rules 403. A composite sketch reflects the police artist's interpretation of someone else's description, based on the artist's synthesis of an infinite variety of facial features and configurations. Creating a composite sketch carries the potential suggestiveness of having a police artist interpret and possibly influence the perceptions of the witnesses.
So then why are they doing it all?
Why are we doing it then?
Mm-hmm.
He's saying this is junk science we used. And then he also has admitted in open court that they were pressured to do so, that the witnesses didn't even want to do it. And that is what they put out to the public to help their investigation. Just wrap your mind around that for a second. The composite sketches would be hearsay or double hearsay under the Indiana Evidence Rules 803 in that the sketch is an out-of-court statement and a subjective rendering by one person using the subjective description by another person, witness, and does not fall within a recognized exception. It is the state's belief that the defense intends to use composite sketches from the investigation as a demonstrative evidence and for impeachment purposes. That the witnesses who participated in the preparation of composite sketches are not being called to provide in-court identification of the accused. Furthermore, no composite sketch was instrumental in identifying Richard Allen as a suspect. That the prejudicial effect of composite sketches far outweighs the probative value for in-court identification of the accused and would likewise be inappropriately used to impeach a witness who is not presented before the jury to provide in-court identification of the accused. Why wouldn't the defense want to impeach the witnesses who are therefore basing the state is basing their case on? Even if it's not to point at Richard Allen, they're still using them to lock Richard Allen up. And that's what they put in their fucking PCA. The Indiana courts have not addressed this issue of use of composite sketches. Indiana courts have excluded composite sketches that resulted from the use of victim witness hypnosis. Other Indiana cases discuss or mention the existence of a composite sketch in the course of an investigation, leading to the probable cause to arrest, but no analysis of their use as evidence to impeach witness testimony. Wherefore, the state of Indiana, by Nick McClelland, requests the following relief: order the defendant, his counsel, and witnesses to refrain from mentioning, commenting, or making any reference whatsoever, either directly or indirectly, to the composite sketches without first obtaining permission of the court outside the presence of the jury. To further order said persons to make no reference to the fact that this motion has been filed and granted, and all other relief just and proper in the premises. Like, I get the physical the physical use of the sketches. I understand why the prosecution would be like, okay, like, we don't typically talk about the sketches. It is just an investigation tool. It's not results found from the investigation, if that makes sense. So I understand that point, but I don't understand why he thinks that he should be able to control whether the defense can use these sketches with their own witnesses, number one, and number two, to impeach his witnesses to show the jury that they are not reliable to listen to. Like, why does the prosecution get to control what the defense is doing?
Especially when it comes to impeaching witnesses. I don't want them to show that my witnesses are not credible. What?
Yeah, because we're not going to ask them the question we already know that they can't answer. And if they did answer, it would go against us. So we're not even going to ask them that. So we want to make sure the defense can't ask them that either.
Exactly that. She'll grant this, though.
I just can't. I can't imagine, like, the not being able to comment on it or mention it. So here, the other thing is that obviously he's talking about, like, double hearsay, which is the fact that you have the witness, and then the witness is telling it to the sketch artist, and then the sketch artist would be, their interpretation would be the double hearsay, is what Nick's trying to say here. But you have a witness who also had to have given a statement, and in that statement there should be a description of who they saw. So that should easily be able to be brought up, and if they don't say what they actually put in their witness statement, they should be able to be impeached with what they told the sketch artist. Not double hearsay, just their own statement as a witness.
Like, I feel like all the defense would have to say, let's say to Betsy Blair, is, do you believe that Richard Allen is the man that you saw? Like, I would hope she would say not possible, because the guy I saw was a kid.
Well, the problem with that is without, I would assume that there's already been depositions done by the defense on these witnesses, but the lawyers don't want to ask the question that they don't know the answer to. So if there's a potential that Betsy Blair would sit on that stand and say, Richard Allen could be the guy I saw, he looks similar to the guy I saw, from what I remember, he looks like the guy I saw, the defense isn't going to ask that if they don't already know from a deposition what the answer is going to be.
But then you say, like, okay, but didn't you say he had reddish brown hair and he was like 20 years old? And
Right.
Then you could probably bust out the sketch.
For the impeachment purposes.
I think he doesn't want the sketch, because when you actually physically can see the sketch, it's way different than, like, listening to a description.
Right. So you don't. So what we're hearing is that we don't think Nick is going to do the whole magic hands of Doug Carter, where he puts them together and they become one.
I don't foresee that happening. But Doug Carter's on the witness list, though, so maybe he'll do it.
I think they can bring up Doug Carter's magic hands. Idiots. So my problem with most of these is that I can see that she should look at parts of it in particular and say, yes, I'll grant this in part based on this, but not based on that. Like I can say, okay, nobody's going to use the composite sketches unless it's to impeach or, impeach one of the investigators or one of the witnesses or something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, she just takes everything as a whole and she's just like, yep, here it is. You can have whatever you want, Nick. Signed off. Go ahead. Good for you. And I just think that she should pay more attention to like the parts and pieces of it. Like that was the whole thing I had with like the third party stuff. And it's like, you have to be able, there's certain things that, yes, okay, there's not a nexus of this, but there is a nexus of this. So you didn't reach a nexus for, let's just say, Brad Holder. How do you not reach a nexus for fucking Ron Logan? You know what I mean? Like, you can't mention either one of those. Those are not even those are apples and oranges for what information they're able to present. You know what I mean? And she just doesn't look at it that way. She's just like, yep, Nick wants it, so Nick gets it. Instead of going, no, this isn't going to work. They're going to have the opportunity to do this if such and such happens.
It would seem that when she grants Nick's motions, anything he asked for, she typically will like either just say that it's granted in full, or she'll literally adopt like specific words and phrases that he says in his motions to then grant it. Well,
let's talk about that real quick, because we can talk about some of her orders, because she does have one just like that today. Let me see if I have it up still. Hopefully I do.
I think it even still had the spelling error, didn't it?
I think I still have it up. Let me see. So she does have, she issued some orders today on some of the older stuff. Let me see. Is it this one? No. Right here. It's the one from yesterday. So she issued the order, and you guys might not be able to see this, but I'm going to read it to you. The court having had defendants motion to compel the deponents, remember that they wanted, what was it, Mullen, Liggett, the warden. They had some questions that they had certified during depositions, and they wanted her to make the deponents answer the questions. So she writes in, so she says, to answer certified questions filed on September 23rd under advisement, and having reviewed the state's response filed September 27th, and the non-party Indiana Department of Corrections response to the defendant's motion filed September 27th, now denies the motion to compel without hearing for the reasons stated in the response. She's just like, all for the reasons that Nick said in his response over here. I'm going to go ahead and deny it. She doesn't even bother to do like her own fucking shit. Just like, yeah, here you go. I'll just deny it for whatever Nick said in that filing on the 27th. We're going to go with that, which is attorney-client privilege or work product privilege. Some
which is really bizarre.
This is another one of those circumstances that some is, and I agree with her, and others isn't.
I'm pretty sure that just because a lawyer is present in the room when somebody's having a conversation, even if they're like not a part of that conversation, like if you're just standing in the room, that doesn't make every conversation in that room privileged.
They specifically asked about the conversations between, I believe it was Holman and Liggett. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it was. So we want to know about the conversations that Holman had with Liggett. And Nick's like, sorry, I was standing there and you're not allowed to have that because that's my work product. And it's like, no, they're conversing with each other and we're asking a specific question about their conversation that has nothing to do with you just because you're standing in the headquarters of Unified Command at the time. Doesn't make it your work product and you're not their fucking attorney.
And how did she not have a huge problem with Nick having a bunch of Andy's work product and text messages? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah.
That was okay, and it got entered into evidence. And he still lost.
Fucking ridiculous.
But this, she's like, well, Nick said he was in the room, so maybe he was only participating in the conversation, like in his head. But then in his head, that means it was his work product because he was thinking things based off of their conversation.
Bullshit. Such bullshit. So another just side note of another order that she put out yesterday, that she had the defense, and we read through this, the motion the defense filed to have Walla come out, and we actually had a little bit of a conversation about the address and who should be the one that redacted it, and that it was the wrong way to go about it. So she did have them refile the certification for the out-of-state witness. She had them refile it without Walla's address in it. So we see that kind of a double on here. And then she ultimately, let me see if I can find the right one. Where was it? Nope. Here it is. The court orders the defendants pleading the verified motion. This is the one that she has them redo it. An accompanying order to be made a confidential pleading as counsel has included personal address information of the witness. Counsel ordered to file a redacted pleading removing the address. Let me see what the other one was. That's the motion limit. We're going to talk about the IPAs in a minute, but I have a whole other thing to talk about with that. I'm trying to do them in order.
By the way, tomorrow is a big day for motions.
Right. So we have the jury, the jury view motion. We have the motions in limine that are now up from the state.
And the IPA, yes.
We have the Tobin stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything else, right? Am I missing anything? Tobin, Tobin, sketches, and IPAs, and then we have
jury view.
Jury view, and I think that's all that they're going to go over, right?
I think.
I think so. I don't think there's anything else pending. And then, so she also orders today that the motion that the defense had filed to incorporate all the evidence that they had presented at the hearing regarding all the Odin, pagan, Norse paganism, for all their offers of proof, which they had requested, like, hey, we'll do the offer of proof, but we don't want to have to sit and give you all the exact same evidence that we already gave you. So can we just like put that into evidence, because the jury doesn't see it anyway. And so the people who would actually be seeing it during this would be the exact same people who saw it during those hearings. She does approve that, which is essentially just a time saver. So I don't think that has anything to do with, her just being selfish of everybody's time, which is fine. I mean, it's the right move because it would just be a waste of time to have to repeat all of it. Oh, Max Baker. That's the other motion that's still out, is having whether the defense can have Max Baker in the courtroom to help with the defense, like exhibits and things like that. I heard something yesterday, and maybe somebody in chat will clarify or tell me where I missed this, but something about Nick wanting to have all of his investigators in the courtroom during testimony of other witnesses before they testified, such as Holman and Mullen. Did anybody hear this? And I don't remember a filing on that. If there was one, I missed it.
I did hear that. I don't remember a filing, but I do remember hearing that he was like basically wanting both of them. And the idea was, like Mullen is his investigator.
Right.
But like Holman was investigating before Nick was the prosecutor. So
okay,
who do you have up there? Do you have your investigator who's done investigating for you? Or do you have this other guy who dealt with people from the beginning? I personally am extremely uncomfortable with Holman sitting there and listening to everyone's testimony. Extremely uncomfortable with that.
That's probably what it was. Why would he need both? Holman isn't his investigator. Mullen is going to be an issue because Mullen is technically a witness of around the time of the murders for being the chief of police in Delphi, but now is actually the investigator for the prosecution. So that's going to be an iffy one. But why would Holman need to be in there?
I don't know. Because he's the sketchiest of motherfuckers. I don't think he should. I really don't think he should be in there the entire time. I don't find it necessary. And to be honest, I think if you're going to have like all these extra people, like I thought it would be like paralegals, like people to look up shit as you're bringing it up. Like people who are going to be able to actually find the things that you need. That's what I would think. Holman ain't doing that.
Yeah, there's no purpose for Holman to be in there until it just doesn't make any sense. That's why I said Mullen's going to be a 50-50 on whether he should or shouldn't be. But it doesn't make sense to have Scarlett. Okay, so Shea Hughes thinks that she's going to approve having Holman and Mullins in there. Well, that's just because Nick requested it, but there's no reason to have Holman in there. I'd love to hear the reasoning that he actually argued, but if it was an open court, did any of the attorneys that covered this mention that? Because I also didn't hear it being from open court either, but I did hear about it just in the Delphi chats. So I'd like to go back and listen to somebody who was in the courtroom talk about the interpretation they had of when that was brought up.
I don't know that it's to take up seats, although I do see that in other ways, it being a tactic or whatever. But I really just I'm not comfortable with that. I feel like I know enough about Holman, like for instance with Fortson.
Yeah.
Like I feel like having him in there could just, it could simply influence some people's testimony. I don't think he should be there.
Yeah, I don't think Holman should be there. Holman would be an intimidation factor.
Yeah, see, people are thinking what I'm thinking. I just don't find it necessary.
No, I can't figure out a reason. Bob talked about it. I missed it on his then, but so what did he say that Nick's reasoning was for wanting Holman in the courtroom?
Probably that he was like the lead investigator or whatever. But again, I don't see why that's necessary for him to be there. He's not going to be able to find your pieces of your discovery. I can't wait to know how disorganized McClelland's.
You can't know because it was in the motion in limine. They're not allowed to bring up how unorganized everything is.
Yeah, but is it going to be obvious? Like I'm picturing shit.
Them not being able everywhere. To find shit.
I'm seeing shit everywhere. Like that time when he couldn't find the email he swore he sent. And he sat there and wasted everybody's time while he's clacking away at his computer to try to find the email he never sent. Like I see papers everywhere, pens not having any ink in them. Many, I apologize, Your Honor. I'm still looking. It's what I envision, and I hope that the defense comes in with like huge like suitcases with file folders, big filing cabinets, and they just wheel them in on dollies, and everything's color coordinated. I wish that for them. I wish that for Nick too. But
I wish that for them.
Life would just be so much easier if they would all grow up and get a grip and organize stuff properly. I just feel like, don't you feel like in cases in general, it just would take away a lot of garbage? Like it'd be really hard if you're super organized. It'd be really difficult for someone to say you didn't give them something. Or if they do say you didn't give us something, you can easily show exactly where it was.
Yeah, but they don't want that because they literally just want to be able to say, we gave it to them. And then she's like, well, they said they gave it to you.
Yeah. I guess we'll sift through everything we gave them to try to find it.
It'll be problematic if the defense is counting on anything being presented organized during trial by the prosecution. Knowing what they've had to go through at this point, they should not even expect that there's going to be. They should be able to prove they don't have something because that's the only way the judge goal is going to be on their side with it at all.
Well, it doesn't matter now because trial is here. And it's funny because people have been talking about this hair and how come this was never brought up before. And I think it was Cheryl McCullum because she's friends with my arch nemesis, Nancy Grace.
Yes, she is.
And she was saying whatever she was saying on Twitter today. And I commented back and was like, maybe because she was like, that's all for show. It's a big, like, it's a tactic or whatever she said, by the defense. And I was like, or maybe they like just found out about it. Like, maybe that's why it was just brought up, because they just were told about, like, if I was Nick in his usual, how he's been this entire time, if I had knowledge that there was hair in one of the victim's hand that wasn't the defendant's, like, turning it over right when trial's happening, knowing
would
the
be
judge
saying
can do
that's a
shit.
tactic. That's ridiculous. Isn't she have a huge forensic background? Isn't that her whole thing? That's her whole shtick, right?
Her response to me made no sense, because her response, so I said two things to her. Actually, now we're going to put you on blast, Cheryl. So
I don't know much about her besides her appearances on Nancy Grace. So
that's enough for me. So she wrote, from the people that brought us the factless and baseless Odinism, which is already bullshit.
Okay, so hold on. The people who brought us the factless and baseless Odinism. So is she referring to Becky Patty? Is she referring to Purdy? Is she referring to Holman with talking to the Purdue professor? Is she referring to the FBI with their search warrant
looking for Norse paganism books?
Looking for Norse paganism books? Is she referring to the officers when they interviewed Brad Holder to get a better idea of Odinism, when they interviewed him in Logansport and didn't bother to tell anybody about it until Brad came out and said, hey, they talked to me about this?
No.
No, those are the people who actually brought us the world of Delphi, the Odinism stuff. So that her comment right there doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, she said, now they bring us the hair found in Abby's hand does not match Richard Allen. They bring us this during voir dire, not, all in capitals, during all the other filings and reasons to dismiss the case. Okay. Oh, and then she tagged Susan Hendricks. She tagged my arch nemesis. And she said there is zero. So anyway, she's going back and forth with Luke, which, thanks, Luke. That's the only reason I saw this. She said there's zero undertone. Odinism was a stunt. It was baseless. Waiting until yesterday to mention no match was a timed stunt. If they had proof of his innocence, why was there never a mention of the hair in all other filings?
Wait. Hold on a second. Say that last sentence again.
I knew you were gonna pick that up.
Had proof of his innocence.
Why was there never a mention of the hair in all other filings?
So she's saying
proof of innocence.
Saying that the hair not being Richard Allen's is proof of his innocence.
100%. But she's too dense, and I guess blocked by my arch nemesis and her thinking that she maybe doesn't realize she said that. I screenshotted it. Don't worry.
What? She literally says that if they had this proof of Richard Allen's innocence that they're saying they had as of yesterday, they would have brought it forward. She just admitted that hair not belonging to Richard Allen proves his innocence.
Correct.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but I said, because maybe they only just discovered it, Cheryl, they have filed motion after motion regarding missing / late / never turned over discovery for a year now. And she said, again, let it all in, including taking the jury to the bridge. I want every piece of evidence shown. And I said, me too. Why doesn't Nick? And she did not answer. But Fiend did. He said because an acquittal would ruin them. But yes, that's what she said. So what happened was, I told you what the main post was. And then Luke said, Cheryl, if the evidence doesn't fit your theory, change your theory. I deeply appreciate your work, but this stance is myopic. And Cheryl said, what theory? And Luke said that Richard Allen is guilty already and that his defense are playing games. That's the undertone in your tweet. And then that was when she said there was zero undertone. And then she openly admitted that.
I openly admit it. I openly say that I think he's guilty. Did she see that?
Well, no. Then she openly admitted that hair being in the hand of the victim is proof of Richard Allen's innocence after that.
She's, oh my God. So when this comes out in trial, that the hair truly, as actual evidence that the hair is not Richard Allen's, she's going to say that he's innocent?
Yeah, but I think that what she's getting at is that the hair not matching Richard Allen, that it's some kind of trickery. Just like others try to say.
What?
But I think that if it actually comes out in testimony, like they bring up this hair and then like there's evidence that the hair is still unmatched or whatever, then I don't know how you would deny that. Like I said, from the minute I heard about this hair, I immediately thought, if I found out that just a single one of Richard Allen's hairs, arm hair, head hair, whatever hair, toe hair, was in Abby's hand, he's guilty. You know what I mean?
If his fucking toe hair is found on one of the victims, I'm done. I don't even want to cover this case anymore.
Yeah.
It's done.
That's a wrap for Richard Allen. So I don't know how anybody would look at that and not think that that'd be the killer's hair. I mean,
I think that you have to go with there's a very good chance that it is the killer's hair. You have to err on the side of that.
I think that law enforcement thought the same. I think the problem is they just arrested Richard Allen before they knew. You don't know. He could have been. Listen, I'm trying to be fair. If any part of that man's hair was
from the shower drain and it happened to get one of Richard Allen's toe hairs to play.
I mean, maybe there was no boot prints because he was shoeless, and as he was walking away, she like ripped at his toe and got caught a piece of his hair. I don't know, but it'd be really difficult to explain to me how that man's hair, any part of his hair, got into her hand. So me as a person, me as a juror, me as just some sleuth watching this play out from the outside, I got to know whose fucking hair that is.
Yes. I don't know how the jury's going to want to know whose hair that is. They're going to want to know whose hair that is because they're going to want some type of DNA or forensic proof that it's Richard Allen. And if you have DNA that isn't his, that's going to put some, I don't know how you're going to get around reasonable doubt on that. They're going to have to overcome, the state's going to have to overcome that to prove he's guilty. To any layman that I think would be on a jury, sitting there looking at what reasonable doubt actually includes and doesn't. Somebody said, Dr. Vonda said, somebody retweet it and tag Allie. Allie would have a field day. Carrie asked, now that we know about the hair, do you still think that it might be Richard Allen? And if it is, that he acted alone? Yes, I do. I do think it's possible. I do think it's possible if it's Richard Allen. And the only reason I don't think that Richard Allen would have done it with anybody else is simply because of it being Richard Allen.
No, Teresa. Teresa, whose hair is that? What is it? What is an explanation for that hair being in her hand, in her clenched fist?
I think we need to know more information about the hair.
This comes from somebody that sheds all that. I could never commit a crime because when I tell you, I'm sweeping my hair up I don't know how any is left on my head. Even on my porch, the wind blows, my hair falls out. So
Sleuthy commits a crime wearing a hairnet.
I shed hair all the time.
I do too.
So, but I've never had an occasion where I've like woken up and my hair was in my clenched hand, or I put my clothes on and I'm holding a piece of my hair in my hand.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I just still think it's possible. Probable, maybe not. Possible, yes. I think that we have to know more about the collection of this hair, where the hair. We've heard in the hand. The in the hand is getting me. Like in the hand. I want to hear it during testimony, or at least it be reported on how it's said in testimony, because we can't actually fucking hear it. And I want to know how much they went through to try to figure out whose hair this was. I also want to know if there's other DNA besides this hair. We don't, just because they say DNA doesn't mean we're only talking about the hair. There's still other stuff that I still don't think is Richard Allen's, but I think I want to know more. I want more. I'm just
I
not.
am glad that Criminal Network said what he just said, because I meant to hint on this earlier.
Oh,
when I said, all of this attention has gone towards this video of this man, and I still don't understand how they're connecting this man in the background
I'll be right
to
back.
the actual crime itself. Yet you have this little girl with hair in her hand, and they didn't say a hair. They just said hair. So to me, that could be plural, but even if it's just one, like, I'm looking at Abby like, again, you're going to be hard pressed to come up with some type of explanation for why somebody's hair is in her fucking hand. And Cynthia said it might actually be a partial DNA match because of the genetic genealogy being used. It might be partial match to somebody else, but Richard Allen was excluded.
Yeah, the term excluded is a huge thing. That's what I was pointing on earlier. So, and somebody was like, well, what if he's just like saying that to the jury? I don't, or the potential jury. One thing I don't think attorneys necessarily are going to do is just straight out lie about
You'd be a dummy.
About something along those lines, and then not have anything to try to support it. And I don't we know that like the opening statements and closing statements aren't they're not evidence. They're not technically evidence. And that's the same as all the questions that happened during voir dire. It's not evidence. We know that. So they can say things, but to randomly just say something that's not theory, they're saying it as fact. They're going to become very untrusted by the jury pool. Once those jurors are now seated back there, they're gonna be like, this guy just fucking makes up shit and we never heard anything else about it. It's just a very risky move.
I just have, oh my God, can I just say, wait a second. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Have you ever seen, check your messages.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the full room rather than just the bookshelf?
I saw it earlier today. Yeah, that's what I saw earlier today. I had to stop watching.
What the fuck is that? Besides a fire hazard, what is that?
I don't know. That's just unsafe. It's just how did
I'm
we get
not
here?
trusting these people. What is this?
God, I don't even listen. I can't even listen to him anymore. It's ridiculous at this point. We saw it during the video earlier that I was playing of the news clip.
I was listening, not watching. Oh my God.
You guys saw it earlier. You want me to show you? Okay, I'll show you. Hey, Dan, are we pretending that the defense didn't know about this? Well, the defense brought it up, so they obviously knew about it. I think our question is, when did the defense find out about it? Because as we know, they were being given evidence up until very, very recently, according to the filings. So we don't know when the defense knew about it, but it's obvious that they did because they're the ones who bring it up.
It's just a wide view of the gremlin's lair rather than the sole bookshelf that we've grown accustomed to seeing in the background.
I had to turn off this news segment because I kept rewinding it and going back to show this.
Girl, they will strike you down, even if you play a news segment with them in it.
Yeah, let them try it. I win. Hold on. Shit, where is it at? Why isn't it coming up? So this is just for anybody who wasn't here at the beginning of the live. When I played this news segment, it's not wanting to load. It's like, nope, we're not going to show it to you. There it is.
The disorganization is just, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Scroll in. Like, I almost think I see, like, jeans. Like, what am I seeing? I need my glasses.
I think that's a shoe.
What is this?
I don't know. This is so not trustworthy.
I would never be sitting in the middle of the room like that. That is a death wish. And they got expensive computers there too. You can forget it.
Why is this necessary? This is not needed.
Maybe it's all just for the smell. Maybe we use wax melted candles and they use books.
These don't smell good. These are not good smelling cookies. They may have been at one point, but they do not smell good anymore.
Like, what is that? Like a doll's bed in the top? What is that thing at the top?
I don't even know, man. Oh, there's just some like crime for dummies shit up here. Law for dummies, I think that one is.
Oh my god. You know what this reminds me of? That scene in Harry Potter where he goes to like that place that they get their wands at. Tell me you know what I'm talking about.
Yes. I just feel like it's like this. Like, look at it. Like, what is that? What is this?
It looks like a doll's bed.
It's gonna fall over. It's just like a filing system, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with it. I don't even know, man. This is just crazy. There's some romance novels over here.
19 mask aware.
God, this is so bad. This is why I stopped, because I knew I wasn't going to be able to not talk about it. It's so bad.
I expect to see like Chinese food containers.
I'm pretty sure that's a shoe. That looks like the back of a shoe. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a pencil sharpener or something.
Maybe
I don't know. I don't
the shoe. Like we need to be checking that shoe.
We probably need to get the shoe.
We probably need to be testing.
I don't know.
What is that? Like a treasure box?
It's a memory box with that holds
Stamp
unspent
collection?
rounds.
Oh. That's probably where the Keaton Klein transcript is kept.
Oh, might be. Pictures you can smell for 100. It's so bad, and I don't want to talk so much shit, but I can't handle this. This is like,
what is that? What is that thing on the wall?
My OCD is like really just having a hard time. Which thing on the wall? A bookcase?
This is how I picture Nick's desk when he shows up with his discovery.
I feel like there's like some old ass like Encyclopedia Britannicas somewhere in here.
Oh, all of them.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like every one.
What's that?
I think they're probably down here somewhere.
Oh my word! And why do they look like they're sitting in child's chairs? Or is it just really tall ceiling? Like who took this picture?
The news?
I would not be having.
Why would anybody put this on their fucking news channel and count these people as reliable news journalists? Anything? What the fuck? Why would you ever do this? This is like bringing me back to the beginning of when they came around and she's sitting on his lap. They're sharing their fucking headphone, and the news is inside of their house, and there's fucking shoes just laying around.
I would not have the news in there.
Like, why would the news not be like, no, we cannot do this. This is like not okay. We're not showing this because we're counting on you guys to be the epitome of like, of what we're saying is truthful and honest, and you guys are a fucking mess. I can't.
With the weather, how unpredictable the weather's been recently, I feel like
you worried about Kevin's hair with the weather?
That spot is just like a lighthouse beacon. Somebody posted a picture from outside the courthouse the other day.
There's no way anybody could like ever live like this in California with an earthquake. Oh my gosh, you would never find these folk. This is like hoarders.
That's exactly what I was thinking of when I saw it. They had to sign a waiver. Oh my god.
It's so bad.
It's not actually a bald spot. It's just matted around the edges. Whatever. I'm sure now a whole ass. I'm sure another episode's coming out on me because of this. But I'm just saying.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what these people have to say. They're the least trustworthy, most manipulative, gaslighting two fucking people that I've ever come across in almost any true crime I've ever covered.
Mm-hmm.
These are never people I would count on for factual information.
I do agree.
I can absolutely tell when somebody who listens to their bullshit comes into my channel, and I'm like, oh god, just go.
Like if I did rely on them and I like thought they were factual, like if I then like they were like come into our home for your news segment, then I would be like, oh my god, what have we been doing?
Smells like fucking mold.
Mold.
That's what it smells like to me. That's what I'm telling you. That's what it smells like. That's what it smells like.
I would be embarrassed.
Mold and BO.
Oh no. Ugh.
All right. I got to finish this up because I still got to
Carry on.
No, it's okay. I still got to, well, I guess I'm probably just going to buy dinner at this point. But I'm sorry that offends anybody who's like the super fans of them. You know, they have really, they've really pissed me off. So
I'll be happy
apologize.
to never like see them again.
Yeah. Yeah. I won't be covering the burger murders.
No, the burger murders.
Yeah, I won't be covering those. So so one of the last
old grease. I bet you that's one of the smells too.
Oh yeah, probably. Oh yeah, probably. Could you imagine what their fucking kitchen looks like?
No.
Ugh. Ugh.
Like that was probably like the best part of the house. Like, let's bring them into the formal room, the nice room, the nicest room, and there they were.
I showed the segment earlier, Lisa, with them, and that's how it. I don't even know how Sleuthy got me back there. I purposely left that segment. I didn't go down this tangent, but you know, it happens, and it just kind of is what it is. Molded. Oh, bugles. Man, I like bugles. Yeah, these don't mess with my bugles, man. Been saying it for a year.
Ew, that's such a gross. Oh, but she's been close, so.
Oh, she would know. She would know.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. All right.
Sick.
All right, moving on. Back to case stuff. Oh God, Casey Jakes. I hope not. You'll never find them. They'll be lost. Tuna and Bengay. God damn it! I gotta stop looking.
You know they have cats. They must.
I can't even look at the chat anymore because I'm never gonna move on. I'm never gonna move on. The News Media Coalition motion to inspect the public trial exhibits. So this came out today also, and this is from Judge Gohl stating that the court, having had the News Media's Coalition's motion to inspect public trial exhibits filed on September 30th under advisement, now issues its order addressing the media's complaints as follows. The hearing conducted in Carroll Circuit Court on July 30th through August 1st was open to the public and the media, and in fact attended by members of the media as well as the public. At said hearing, well over 1,000 pages of exhibits, documents, and photographs were submitted by the parties in support of their respective positions. At the conclusion of the hearing on August 1st, the court took the matter under advisement. The court indicated it would take approximately 30 days to issue its rulings on the multiple motions which were heard. The media immediately on August 2nd demanded access to the exhibits. This was an unreasonable request as the court had just taken the matter under advisement the previous day, and the court needed absolute access to the exhibits to review and to make a ruling. The court would note that this murder case is one of over 300 pending cases in this court's docket, with approximately 30 of those cases being murder cases.
So then get less busy if you can't handle it, lady.
Is that what they do with a special judge? Isn't that kind of why they make them the special judges, because they actually can? And doesn't she have
literally no one's problem but hers? It's nobody's problem but hers.
Yeah, and don't they give her a backup judge in case she can't make it to do this because she's the special judge? I'm almost positive I'm right about that, but maybe I'm not. The court and the court reporter have worked into the evenings and on the weekends to comply with the demands made by media.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Of the well over 1,000 pages of exhibits, documents, and photographs, several of the photographs were admitted into evidence as confidential by agreement of the parties due to the extremely graphic nature of the photographs.
Like, obviously, that's not what they want. They're not asking you for crime scene photos. Right.
The court has identified dozens of exhibits, which are, let me pull this one up. Court has identified dozens of exhibits which are not accessible to the media or the public, as they contain employment, personnel records, medical records, mental health records, financial bank records, records containing social security numbers and dates of birth, autopsy reports, work product of counsel, depositions containing confidential exhibits, and reports which were marked by the creator of the report as confidential. The court has obtained the services of senior judge to supervise the review of these exhibits, which are accessible to the media. The senior judge, Judge Marian Voorhees, has indicated she will make the exhibits available to the media on Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 at 10 a.m. at a location in the Allen County Courthouse located in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Who's
the media,
Miriam?
Marion Voorhees, Judge Marion Voorhees. So we're going to take another judge and make her in charge of going through these exhibits.
Also, like, she seemed to basically say a lot of the exhibits aren't going to go. Yeah, why does she have work product? But also, it just seems like she's going to exclude like a lot of stuff. And I can't help but notice that one of those things is stuff with social security numbers, but like, she's let Nick repeatedly file motion after motion after motion after motion after motion that has Richard Allen's phone number, social security number, date of birth, address, all that stuff on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, but the defense is bad because they put out an address. If it was
No,
done...
the defense is bad because they filed a memorandum full of evidence and they used the first name of the girls. Like, is she gonna allow them or not allow them to say their actual names in the trial? I wonder if everybody's gonna have to call them.
No, she's just gonna pretend like that wasn't an issue that she had. She's just gonna be like, I never had that issue. I don't know what you're talking about. Just like she's never addressed the fact that about Baston and who actually told them that Baston didn't have to come to court. I mean,
She didn't do it. She said that wasn't her.
She didn't do it. And they said, well, you better figure out, you got somebody here who's lying then about you. And nothing ever came of that.
Was it Liggett? Was it Liggett or Leslie? Was it Liggett that wrote? Now I got to pull it up.
Okay.
But one of them is the one that said that they spoke to Gull, and that's what she said.
I think it was Holman.
Oh, that was for Fordson.
Oh, yeah, whatever one was the one that told her, or that said to the guard that was supposed to be transporting Richard Allen that they talked to Judge Gull and she said to leave him. So October 22nd at 10 a.m. at a location in the Allen County Courthouse located in Fort Wayne, Indiana. The media is also demanding access to the exhibits, which will be introduced at the trial commencing October 18th to November 15th. At the conclusion of each day of trial, the court will allow the media access to those exhibits for 15 minutes.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
So all the media is going to be having to try to make sure they're getting all the exhibits. Like, they'll probably
you only have 12
cell phones, pictures of them.
You only have 12 that are going to be allowed. So what this is saying is that people in the courtroom aren't going to have access to it. So like a Bob who runs a podcast, but he's not going to be considered media. Only the 12 credentialed media people that are allowed in the courtroom are going to be the ones who have 15 minutes to go through it and see what they're going to do.
Do you think they'll release them?
I think the media will release them. So we're going to have to count on the media now to give us the information instead of her just putting a goddamn camera. That she has a camera in the courtroom already. Just turn it on.
That I don't understand. And also, like, when did these cameras get put in there? Like, there's no other reason but to record the proceedings. When did they get put there? Is that part of the money that Nick spent on updating various things inside his courthouse to use for other cases also? And that she's still I can't get over the fact that, like, there doesn't have to be a reason, like, that she can just say no, and not give any reason at all for the answer being no, even just for audio, even on a delay. Like, there's various things.
I got no response for getting audio. I requested audio. I got 0 response on it. But it looks like Wish TV, I'll bring that one up too. Wish TV also had requested audio and they got told no. So I think that's...
Or transcripts, like same day transcripts then should be available.
I've gotten a response for the rest of the transcripts from July 30th, 31, and August 1st. I still don't have those. I don't know why she won't just put the media out at the end of the day like they did with Vallow. It sucked, but it was better than not hearing any of it at all. So I don't know. But Miku makes a good point here. Media can't have electronics. So how are they going to be able to
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What are they going to be? How's this going to work? Are they're just going to have to remember what they saw?
Make notes on it, I reckon. She's out of her fucking mind. And also, what is with this demanding? They're demanding. Like, nobody demanded.
Yeah, they're fucking right.
They requested it. And you're acting like you're going out of your way to allow something that happens like all kinds of places every single day. She's too much. I can't wait to never see her again either.
Oh God, I have that. There's no other case with her. I really hope. I cannot. She's my biggest issue with this entire trial.
That's a great point. You should ask some people in the media.
Yeah, I guess we should find that out. Somebody brought up that she said she's going to give them out after. I was told that exhibits would be available upon request after trial commenced, after it was done. That's what I was told. So I don't know if that's even still, that was a while ago at this point. I don't know if that's even still the situation, or I honestly have no fucking clue. It's like, it's kind of just up to whatever. To whatever they decide for the day, because I don't know. I mean, like I said, I was supposed to have the rest of the transcripts from those 3 days. I was supposed to get them by the beginning of October, or at least she was going to be working on them beginning of October. And now we're at trial. There's no way she's not going to be sitting there working on them now. So I don't know. So Bob Siegel pops on Twitter and he says, Judge Gohl has ruled on a request from WTHR and other media to release the trial exhibits. She will allow some pretrial exhibits to be released in Fort Wayne next Tuesday while trial's happening, FYI.
But is that the 22nd?
Yeah, that's the 22nd.
Yeah, but
in Fort Wayne, though, because remember, the media is going to be down in Carroll County, so they're going to have to send another person to go to Allen County to get this. Read Travis's comment. After trial is a violation. Nobody seems to care, though, Travis. They just keep, this is what I was told. So will be available at the end of, okay, so, and then exhibits introduced during the day will be available at the end of each day. The judge's ruling states media will get only 15 minutes each day to inspect the exhibits. Disappointing, but better than nothing. Making the pretrial exhibits available at a site 2 hours away from Delphi in the middle of the trial, not great, but again, better than nothing. Originally, the judge said she wouldn't make exhibits publicly available until after the trial was over. That's not in alignment with court access rules or Indiana's Access to Public Records Act. So WTHR and other media filed a motion to ask, hold on, let me pull up the other one. Did I not save the other one? Shit, I better have. Asked the judge to reconsider her decision. And then he also says, the judge used some interesting language to take a shot at the media, me in particular, stating that she considered WTHR's request for the public records to be an unreasonable demand. More on that later. For now, I'm going to go home to rest up for a busy day tomorrow.
Well, he better answer my tweet first. I said, so what are you supposed to do? Write down what the exhibits say in 15 minutes?
Yeah.
If you can't have any
make sure if you guys are Twitter users, you guys go follow Bob Siegel, because I think he's a little fucking irritated with Judge Gohl and her commentary.
Yeah, but like, people bitch, but nobody does anything. Like, right. You can say, oh, well, she's violating, the public's access to records, but like, okay, what are you going to do about it?
Well, she's saying that you could have been here during the hearings and you would have gotten everything you needed because it was open to the public. But it's like, no, because you're open to the public is technically what, like 14, 20 people? That's not open to the public. You're not giving the public access because you don't have room to give the public access. So I think that's just a load of bullshit. Dan says he can go to Allen County to view them if someone tells him how or what to look for.
You'll have to go to Carroll. They'll be in Carroll County.
No, the ones for Allen County are the ones from the July 30th, 31st, and August 1st hearings.
Oh yeah, those. But the trial exhibits are going to be in Delphi.
But I don't know if she's going to let anybody doesn't have a credentialed media pass view it anyway.
So she definitely did say just the credentialed media people. And actually, I think it actually had like an email for some lady that said that you could reach out to that lady to I guess let her know you were going to view them. I don't know. She makes no sense. She writes long orders for shit that makes no difference. Oh, I already did put Pop in here. Go me. But then stuff that like you really need a little bit more of an explanation for, she doesn't say anything. It doesn't. I can't wait for this to be over.
Fucking A, man. Well, that's why I think my frustration level with the case is so high, because now it's like, is it ever even really going to be over? If she keeps making these, and not this one in particular, because this
Not
is just
over.
jackass,
Like
but,
it's gonna come back, but you know, if you're gonna cover the appeals and follow it that way, I mean, let's just say, so if he's found guilty, and we are all of the opinion that he's likely, the error has been so bad at this point that he's going to get a retrial no matter what, that's still going to take a very long time.
Yeah, even if that's the case, nobody's counting on him to make it that long. So this is a good question from Catastrophe too, though, is why would these exhibits be in Allen County if trial is actually happening? Let me go back over here real quick to see. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. I hate when I only get screenshots and not a PDF. It sucks. But did she say all? She will make the, hold on. Senior judge has indicated she will make the exhibits available to the media on Tuesday, October 22nd. Okay, after she goes through to see which ones are legally accessible. So is it just going to be like duplicates? They'll have their own that, to be presenting at trial, because she now allowed the defense to have whatever they presented during those hearings to be brought in, as just evidence that's already submitted. So I guess they don't necessarily need them.
I don't think the jury needs them. I don't understand why she can't go through and say, okay, we approve of this, 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 and this. Make copies for pickup, like for somebody to pick them up. Then they don't even have to do it in person. They could send digital copies of just the ones that they're willing to release. Then nobody has to meet on Tuesday.
No, it should just be in a drive that's easily accessible, like we get every other player request. That should make it a lot easier. But no, that's why I'm like, she's gonna make the news people who have a person in the courtroom, they're also gonna have to go to Allen County or send somebody else to Allen County and be credentialed under her expectations of what that is. Somebody in chat said they think Bob got a media spot. If Bob did, I'd be very surprised, number one. And then
I'll have to ask.
I have not heard him say that because he does not qualify under her standards of credentialed media. So I don't know, unless he figured out how to get credentialed under her terms, he doesn't qualify for her. Hey, Louise. So I don't think so. But I don't want to speak for Bob because I don't actually know. So somebody will have to ask him. They're sending copies to the other judge to review, so she'll just put out copies. Barb let him use her spot on day 2 because not her media spot, her regular spot. So she was in line to get into jury selection, but she got a media spot because she is credentialed media. And for jury selection, there was only 5. For trial, there's going to be 12. So because she was able to fill one of the 5 spots, she gave Bob her regular seat in line as just a spectator.
So someone just said she's giving copies. What was that? Copies for something, so she'll just give copies.
Travis says the exhibit copies will be sent to this other judge, this Marianne Voorhees.
Right.
And so she'll have copies of stuff to be able to put out. So even if they are going to use that exhibit or whatever in trial, they'll still have their own regardless. Because typically they make the multiple copies anyway, one for themselves, one for the opposing counsel, one for the court.
Right. So I'm not understanding why a digital or paper copy would not be available to these people to, instead of saying, okay, you have 15 minutes to stand there and look at however many exhibits there's going to be and make furious notes about what they are. Like, why not just give them the actual information to give the public? I don't understand.
Right. Why not just send it to them digitally since they're sending it to this other judge digitally?
Yeah.
I agree with you. Indiana Trial Rule 74D, a party may request an audio recording of matters occurring during a hearing or trial by filing a written request.
Yeah, but you might have to physically go there to listen.
Or pick it up.
No, physically go there to listen, and you don't leave with anything.
And they could also put some limitations on whether you could actually play it publicly. No, so I think people are confused. Bob didn't have Barbara McDonald's pass. Bob had Barbara McDonald's spot in line as a spectator because she got a pass. So not all media.
Barbara was standing in line, and then she was like, "Oh, I got media credentials. I don't need to be in this line." So she's like, "Here, Bob, you could take my spot in the line."
Right. So she gave up her spot in line, and then he said people were giving him shit about like getting in line, and Barbara had to come over and be like, "No, we worked this out, and this is what we're doing."
Because they probably thought he was a line cutter, and I would give him shit too.
Well, because the people who were around Barbara McDonald don't like Bob.
True.
So Mika's headphone says, y'all still think she cares about following the laws? She was denying the in-chambers transcript for the Supreme Court. Yes.
She definitely waited till they were like, "Turn it over, bitch. Give us the transcript." She didn't even give it to the attorneys. She just filed it in the docket.
Oh shit. I already am. So whoever. So it's who, if any. You gotta go with the who, if any. Who, if anyone, is going to be able to actually see the exhibits or have the memory capacity to know what the hell they were looking at. It's a joke at this point. I agree with you. To limit the time increases the risk of misinformation that gets out to the public if they don't take good notes.
100%. That's my problem. Is why not just give them the exhibit?
If you're in the courtroom as the public, do you not see any of the exhibits during court of the
They
trial?
better see it on that $75,000 podium.
Yes and no. It depends on
it onto the wall.
Well, they should have something like that, but it depends because, like in Murdoch, they had all their big old things that they kept showing just to the person on the witness stand. Remember? And then they would show it to just the jury, and then people had to stand around, and they still screwed up, and the media actually caught like body pictures. But other ones with Letitia Stout, they took the people in the courtroom could see the stuff that was on the actual TVs on the walls, but they took that screen off for the public so that we couldn't see it. But then decided during FOIA to send us everything. All the bad shit. So bad. All the crime scene, all the autopsy pictures, it was so bad. I mean, just that they just put them out there and just didn't fucking care to even redact anything.
That's great. So we can see Stephen Stern's dick.
Yep.
We can get autopsy pictures of a young child. But we can't get boring exhibits like maybe a whole copy of the whole 43-second video. How are they supposed to so imagine that they're going to be okay, so 43 seconds out of our 15 minutes is going to be watching this whole thing and then making notes on it. What?
Yeah.
Preposterous. Where's my iPad? I have had enough of her. I'm so serious. I can't wait to be rid of her forever.
I don't know. She tries to pretend you guys have public access by restricting everything during public access. So like I said, Bob Siegel had tweeted that she had originally said that we weren't going to get anything until after trial. That's what I was sent in my email, was that I could have exhibits after trial, the ones that they were going to release to the public. But now I don't know. I don't know if we can request them or not. I don't know how that's going to work. So I wanted to go over the IPA. I don't have time to do the other one.
It's my fault. This is what you got bringing me up here.
No, it isn't. I wouldn't have had time to do even what I just went through if it wasn't for you. You're the one who helped give me the additional time to even be able to do this. we may have to do just a secondary thing on this. It's not huge. I just wanted to be able to show you guys the reports. Did R&M by chance already do this?
I can't remember, but this is actually super important because the reason he doesn't want this shown is like pretty damning when it comes to the circumstances that Richard Allen confessed in. I think it's really important and pertinent. And she's going to grant it, but I think the jury should know about it. I think they should know everything. Like, what are we even doing?
Yeah, so I'll probably just have to do like a side video. Like I said, I don't know if anybody's covered this part yet. I haven't caught it if they have, but I have not watched everything that's happened. But the motion in limine for the IPAs, and then the actual documentation on what they're trying to keep out, or what the state's trying to keep out. Hold on. Yes, R&M been screaming it forever, but he cites the wrong fucking case, so please make sure you show the right one.
Yeah, he does.
Do I have the wrong one?
Where does it say the case? I can't see.
Hold on, let me go down. I love a T and Sleuthy duo live. Me too. I do too. I love it. I love it. So I'll thank the person who sent me this report. So I believe it's the right one. But like I said, I could do another hour if I would do another hour if I could, but I have family who is like where's my food?
Needy bastards.
I know. And I guess I have to do that, and then I have to go pick up the kid from gymnastics. So I
guess I have to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'll try to do I plan on doing a live tomorrow anyway.
We're gonna have to talk about the rulings tomorrow. So
yeah,
wait, what
so
does it say though?
Maybe we can just do this one. We can just do this one on tomorrow's live.
Oh yeah, because they're gonna argue about this tomorrow. So
yeah, so I guess we could just cover it tomorrow. We'll just do that.
Yeah, good idea.
You'll come on with me?
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
If it's gonna make you keep coming back, then yes.
I love having you on here. Even if you sidetrack me with weird bookcases.
Oh, it's hard. That was appalling, but that's okay. I'm gonna have
nightmares about that. R&M says too that she did a live yesterday, and time stamped to unpack the IPAs like an obsessive stalker. So I absolutely believe would be the case. I have not got to watch it yet. There's a bunch that I still need to catch up on. So hopefully tonight I'll be able to get caught back up. But yeah, I'm gonna go just buy dinner at this point now, because now everybody's starving and like, what the hell's
you have to send Teresa money. We've taken up all her time and now she can't cook.
I think not. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. So we'll be back tomorrow. So we'll do it tomorrow, and I don't have anybody to. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Like, I don't have anybody to take it. I don't think. I have parent-teacher conferences. I have a parent-teacher conference for the tiny human, but then after that, I think I'm gold.
Oh, I have to look. I think is it October or November? We have a conference. I don't know.
Yeah,
Did you hear me say my kid cut his hair?
Yes, that's why I said in chat. I was in chat and I said that when I was little, I cut my bangs. I had tiny stubs left. Little tiny stubs left for bangs because I wanted bangs and nobody would give them to me. Okay, let me see. Thank you, Sniper. Let me go double check right now. I have my email open, and Sniper, yes, I do have it with a shit ton of attachments. So I will look through that. And then I also, now that I have your email, I'm going to forward you. Somebody sent me some stuff from Indiana. I'm going to forward it to you so that you can take a look at it and see how it compares to what you have here too, or if it's anything new that you might need. So let's do that. Perfect. I love you, Sleuthy. Thank you.
I love you too. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Mañana.
Bye.
Okay. Oh my God, Sleuthy. No, I did what T did. I cut my bangs to the scalp almost and looked like an 80s rock star. So bad it took forever to grow out. Yes. That was me. But you know what? I asked for bangs. Nobody wanted to give them to me. I'm a go-getter. I'm a self-starter over here. So, all right. So we'll cover IPAs tomorrow. I guess I got to change my thumbnail because I didn't do. Can you link the PCA? Whose PCA you want, Radar? Whose PCA you want? And which one? Because Richard Allen has a couple. I'm gonna give me some motherfucking bangs. I hid in the bathroom and I got me some bangs. So that's okay, because the next time I wanted my hair cut, I wanted it cut like Dorothy Hamill. And I'm totally going to date myself. So anybody who knows who Dorothy Hamill is, and Mary Lou Retton, I wanted short hair like that. And my mom gave it to me. And so I have my 3rd grade pictures where I look like a little boy. No joke. No joke. So, all right. Love you guys. Thank you. Go enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. We will be back tomorrow. We'll talk about anything that happened in court tomorrow, and we'll go over IPAs. Hopefully we'll be able to fit that in. We should be able to, because God only knows how long they're going to take in court tomorrow. But Sleuthy will be back with me. Yay! But I know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you can spend your time, and for whatever reason, even though I go all over the place and I'm totally lose track of what the hell I'm doing most of the time, you guys still choose to come here and hang out with me, and I love you for it. So I will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.